Should already have this sorted out. Get this sort of a thing set up. Always bumbling about at the beginning to know whether the video is on live or not. Yes. We are live, Buster. Yeah.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one here that will show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
And we are live. Tuesday night, Logic night. My favourite night. I think we're going to be doing many more of these Logic nights. And this one's going to be a good one, and probably the making of a massive rift between us. Well, not between us, but I think it's going to get us looking into the differences between people tonight. Wait for a few more. people to get in before we start, because this is going to be good. Well, what we did the other day, or what we do an awful lot within the Discord server, is we sort of somebody brings something up, and then we all go and look into it, and the Logos sort of shows us the way that takes us on a journey, if you will. And the way that the progression of what we do has been progressing over the past, well, I don't know, few months, I think. We started when we did the Logic Nights. I think that was a definite change, and then the beginning of the new year, this year, we did the proof thing. That sort of led us down another path, and now we are at a position where the Logos is showing us. Well, I mean, it's been a bit of a weird one to know who was who it's been worth talking to, although it sometimes gets hard at talking to people, certain conversations, and a lot of people that listening, they end up turning off because we don't well, I don't know, because of the people we're talking to. But a few new things have been learnt from that conversations, and what we went through the other day, hopefully we'll be able to take you with us, is a succession from that. And it's it's all on the logic, the logic. I mean, should I really be calling it the logic? I'm not too sure what to call it. It's obviously a bit more than something that you label with a "the" at the beginning of it. I think it should just be a standalone thing. Logos took us on a journey, and hopefully I might be able to help take you on that journey again. Hopefully take you with us. It all started, Saragaki, was it? Did you bring... Saragaki brought a logical symbol to us that it has been hanging around quite a lot, obviously, because through the geometry, there's the perpendicular, but the perpendicular within a circle formulation, we've said, is very important within the geometry and the understanding that you can come to. So Saragaki brought that symbol to us within logic, and also sort of this has to mean something. It was as though he'd been gifted it somehow, but he was trying to work out what it was, and he just brought it, and that in turn took us on this journey. Now, it initially started with the logical thing, and then it developed into a vacuous truth. There you go, that's the symbol. I don't think they can quite see that. It's just a basic. Is there any bigger ones that we can get and get it on the screen? Because it's only it's a logical symbol within mathematical notation. I'm not too sure whether anybody would have
referred to as the Celtic Cross.
Is it the Celtic? Yeah. There you go. It's just two perpendicular lines within a circle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and because perpendicular, that geometry of perpendicular is so fundamental to this whole conversation we're having here. This symbol, and because of Mike Jones also posting this symbol a lot, prompted me to look into this, because this definitely, like you said, this must mean something very specific if it's a logical symbol. So
Yes. Yeah, and it led us to, I don't know, just a bit of a journey. So, can you remember
definitely.
how we got to the vacuous truth?
Yeah, I was
From
reading
this?
up on this symbol, like what Wiki stated about it, for example, and through Wiki there was a link through to vacuous truth. Like this symbol can only be used if vacuous truth is excluded. So that led me to the vacuous truth and had me link that in the chat, and that's when we really started going into this.
Yeah. Right, so if I get to share you guys my screen, and I will get it on here for everybody else. Now, there we go. This is a vacuous truth. Now, vacuous truth in mathematics, I mean, what does it sound like? It sounds like a really strange thing when you start off and you hear it. And so a vacuous truth, they always, within these wiki things, they always sort of give you a, the mathematical spiel, because obviously if it's there, it's needed within whatever. So I'll read it. In mathematics and logic, a vacuous truth is a conditional or universal statement. A universal statement that can be converted into a conditional statement. It's all just jargon, really. That is true because the antecedent cannot be satisfied. Now, the antecedent is that comes first, right? The first part of the statement. For example, the statement, all cell phones in the room are turned off, will be true when no cell phones are in the room. In the statement, all cell phones in the room are turned off, will be true when no cell phones are in the room. In this case, the statement, all cell phones in the room are turned on, would also be vacuously true. As in the conjunction of the two, all cell phones in the room are turned on and off, which would otherwise be incoherent and false. For that reason, it is sometimes said that a statement is vacuously true because it does not really say anything.
And this is when Buster lit up about it, because he's been looking for this concept of a vacuous truth. And for his, like in his case, it's when he hears people who make the statement about the water level conforming to the curvature of the earth, right?
Yeah.
That would be a vacuous truth, because if the curvature is 0, it would still hold true.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a vacuous truth because the condition can never be satisfied in the first place, the antecedent.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, this is one of the things that you find when you hear that. It's like, okay, so somebody could literally be making a statement of truth with nothing in the statement, right? So half of the time when you're hearing somebody, particularly within any of the arguments around here, be aware that if it doesn't make any sense, it might be because there's a vacuous truth in there. It's a nonsensical statement disguised as a vacuous truth.
That shouldn't even be allowed to be said.
I
Those
know.
two words together shouldn't be allowed to be spoken.
Vacuous truth, right? It's a truth in a vacuum.
Pile of bull is what it is.
Right, well, listen
With
to this
with
as
a
well.
name. It's a pig with makeup.
The difference between deduction and induction within logical is, there's a definite truth within deductive logic. Inductive logic leaves maybes and perhaps. And it says here, in pure mathematics, vacuously true statements are not generally of interest by themselves, but they frequently arise as the base case of proofs by mathematical induction. This notion has relevance in pure mathematics as well as in any other field that uses classical logic. Why do you need vacuous truths within mathematics?
Why do you need vacuous truths, period, anywhere, for any reason whatsoever?
Here we go. Here's the next one. It says, outside of mathematics, statements which can be characterized informally as vacuously true can be misleading. Surprisingly enough, such statements make reasonable assertions about qualified objects which do not actually exist. Hence, curvature that doesn't exist. For example, a child might truthfully tell their parent, I ate every vegetable on my plate, when there were no vegetables on the child's plate to begin with. In this case, the parent can believe that the child has actually eaten some vegetables, even though it is not true. It's a deceit thing, really. Hidden.
It's a joke.
Yeah, it's a disguised statement meant to deceive. I think purposely.
It's kind of a way of sneaking in like untruths,
Yeah.
What do you mean you ate the vegetables? There was no vegetables there for you to eat. So you spoke a lie. That's not a truth. Vacuous or sealed.
Truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the clever way that people use the words and things around these ideas to get around it. I mean, of course, there's actually plenty of logic symbols to go with it.
No amount of symbols could. I don't know what to say.
It says a statement S is vacuously true if it resembles the material condition statement P therefore Q, right? If P, then Q. Where the antecedent P is known to be false.
This is a Twilight Zone.
Where you start off with a known, you check your P's and Q's. Like Emma says, mind your P's and Q's, and it's like, yep, I've made sure that my antecedent is false. What?
Wow.
More so that you have to be aware that, I mean, within computers and maths and all of that, it might be useful, but definitely not within a debate scenario setting. It's not good to have to be able to try and mentally work out when people are doing these vacuous truths, because it can quite often seem like you're calling somebody on something, right? To somebody who isn't paying attention when they're listening in. You could be seen as, I don't know, questioning it. I mean, do you really need to go into arguments and try and pick apart everybody's statements just to make sure they're not speaking vacuous truths all over the place?
I'd love to speak with somebody that could explain to me and convince me of a vacuous truth. That would be freaking hilarious.
Okay, so that then, when you follow these, is it references? We can go to, there's like tautology. I may as well have a look at a tautology while we're here. In mathematical, this is just a by the by, it was already there, I'll have to go back over it again. In mathematical logic, a tautology is a formula or assertion that is true in every possible interpretation. X equals Y or X doesn't equal Y. Similarly, either the ball is green or the ball is not green is always true regardless of the colour of the ball. We'll get back to that some other time. So, on from the vacuous truth. And I think there was another link to your symbol again, wasn't there? To the crosses. We went from the vacuous truth back to the crosses, and then there was a P not P symbolism around the logic with the conclusion. So it was P and not P, therefore. And that led us to this, Dialetheism. And Dialetheism is from Greek, and it says twice, di, and aletheia is truth, twice truth. And Dialetheism is the view that there are statements which are both true and false. More precisely, it is the belief that there can be a true statement whose negation is also true. Such statements are called true contradictions. Dialetheia or non-dualisms. Now, as soon as I heard that or read that, it all became very, very clear that this logic isn't normal logic. This isn't the same as our logic, the logic that we've been using. It's it says here, Dialetheism is not a system of formal logic. Instead, it is a thesis about truth that influences the construction of formal logic, often based on pre-existing systems, which sounds right there that it's like an infection. You introduce it into other systems of logic. I mean,
it's like a virus.
Yeah.
So hold on, are they trying to say there can be two truths?
It says Greek, it comes from that, but Yeah, twice truth is the view that there are statements which are both true and false. I can't think of any, so I'm at a loss.
That makes two of us.
Why this would want to be brought in, but I mean, I can understand why. I know the sort of people that we're talking to, and I know that they've expressed all of this stuff. Introducing Dialetheism has various consequences depending on the theory into which it was introduced. A common mistake resulting from this is to reject Dialetheism on the basis that in traditional systems of logic, e.g. classic logic and institutionistic logic, every statement becomes a theorem if a contradiction is true. Trivializing such systems when Dialetheism is included as an axiom. So you include Dialetheism as an axiom. Other logical systems, however, do not explode in this manner. It's an important, like a little, just a little, it says explode there. We'll look at that in a minute. This manner, when contradiction are introduced, such contradiction-tolerant systems are known as paraconsistent logics. Now, we already knew about this. So as soon as you see that, it says the Dialetheists who do not want to allow that every statement is true are free to favour these over traditional explosive logics. Now, explosive logic sounds great to me. Now I know what it is. So let's have a look at this. Paraconsistent logics are not a good thing. But the explode. There we go. The principle of explosion within logic. In classical logic, institutionalistic logic, and similar logical systems, the principle of explosion, Latin ex, from falsehood, anything follows. From falsehood, anything follows, right? Or from contradiction, anything follows. Or the principle of pseudo-Scotius is the law according to which any statement can be proven from a contradiction. That is, once a contradiction has been asserted, any proposition, including their negations, can be inferred from it. This is known as deductive explosion.
Wow.
It says the proof of this principle was first given in the 12th century French philosopher William of Soissons, I think. Due to the principle of explosion, the existence of a contradiction, an inconsistency in formal axiomatic system is disastrous. Since any statement can be proven, it trivializes the concepts of truth and falsity. Around the turn of the century, the 20th century, the discovery of contradictions such as Russell's paradox at the foundations of mathematics thus threatened the entire structure of mathematics. Mathematicians such as Gottlieb Frege, Ernst Zermelo, Abraham Frankel and Thoraf Skolem put much effort into revising set theory to eliminate these contradictions, resulting in the modern Zermelo-Frankel set theory.
Can you imagine that, Russell? I would have never thought he'd be involved.
Yeah, Russell says, since the 20th century, discovery of contradictions such as Russell's. Well, we found some more geometric ones. But I live by the logic laws that the principle of explosion shouldn't happen. There should be no contradictions within logic, at least within the logic that I know. It doesn't allow for contradictions. So this, finding out the principle of explosion, is all linked to Dialetheism. Dialetheism is a way to get around the principle of explosion within logical systems. And if they found a way to say within a logical framework, they'll just have nothing being true because its contradiction is also true, as a way to get around finding contradictions. Because we've been, over the past few months, we've been finding, we call them paradoxes, but it's just a blatant contradiction. There's no getting around it. They're there, and people have been denying him to our faces. That's not a paradox. That's not a contradiction, they say. Well, maybe because they've developed this Dialetheism. They can't even see the paradox. They can't see the contradictions because they've been allowed. The people that have this sort of system of framework of logic within the concepts of how they talk, you'll know who they are. They can contradict themselves in the same sentence and not notice it. So yeah. It says here that a demonstration of the principle consider two contradictory statements. All lemons are yellow and not all lemons are yellow. Sounds very familiar to somebody doing a all is such as and maybe one and the other. Shout out Betty. All lemons are yellow and not all lemons are yellow. And suppose that both are true. If that is the case, anything can be proven. The assertion that unicorns exist, e.g. by using the following argument. We know that not all lemons are yellow. It has been assumed to be true. We know that all lemons are yellow. It has been assumed to be true. Therefore, the two-part statement, all lemons are yellow or unicorns exist, must also be true, since the first part, all lemons are yellow, of the two-part statement is true, as this has been assumed. However, since we know that not all lemons are yellow, as this has been assumed, the first part is false, and hence the second part must be true to ensure the two-part statement to be true, i.e. unicorns exist.
They must have been on mushrooms, whoever wrote this.
It's to have the two assumptions, P and not P, to be asserted as true. That's the contradiction. You can't have the contradictory statements both being true. It just falsifies everything. There's literally no point in you having any conversation with anybody that will be able to do this. But being able to spot it, to know it's there, to know that there are people out there that literally take this on. This is a Dialetheism. It's a thought pattern. It's a way for them to, to inject something into a logic system.
That's insane. It literally means theo in Greek means two. Aletheia in Greek means truth.
Yeah,
two truths.
Yeah.
You can't have two truths. Or at least I can't see how you can have two truths. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Right, now where else did we go to? Because I went to... I can't remember where we... Trivialism. I wonder whether we went to this. Trivialism is the logical theory that all statements, also known as propositions, are true, and that all contradictions of the form P and not P, e.g. the ball is red and not red, are true. In accordance with this, a trivialist is a person who believes everything is true. It's crazy. Some of these the places that you have to go to. Double think. Here we go. That's how I got to double think. Now, leading on from the idea of you can have these logical systems where the contradiction as well as the main form they're both true. You are getting rid of the law of non-contradiction because you're putting they're both in there, right? You can have contradictions. It's sort of similar to the geometric term of messing about with the axioms at the core of the way that the system works. But I don't know if most people have they've heard of 1984. I don't know whether most people have read it. It's a bit boring. It's a bit bleak. The films. It's I don't know. I think it's sort of depressing, but the stories that go along with it, they're very important. And the way that it's been led in is, I don't know. But I'll read this. This is from Wiki about doublethink.
Can I ask a question?
Go on.
What was the previous wiki page that you were reading from?
Dialetheism. Or this one, the one that I went to here. I didn't read from it, the one that got us here. But I think that was the principle of bivalence. Why, what was it?
It's called bivalence.
Yeah, okay. I just briefly went straight through it. Were you watching? Trivialism.
Just recently.
Yeah. Trivialism, right. Okay. So I'm going to read out now. Doublethink. The article is about the concept in 1984 for the distortion of language inspired by this concept. See doublespeak. For the doublethink is a process of indoctrination whereby the subject is expected to simultaneously accept two mutually contradictory beliefs as correct, often in contravention to one's own memories or sense of reality. Doublethink is related to but differs from hypocrisy. George Orwell coined the term doublethink as part of the fictional language of newspeak in his 1949 dystopian novel, 1984. In the novel, its origins were the citizenry is unclear, while it could be partly a product of Big Brother's formerly brainwashing programs. The novel explicitly shows people learning doublethink and newspeak due to a peer pressure and a desire to fit in, or gain status within the party to be seen as a loyal party member. In the novel, for someone who to even recognise, let alone mention, any contradiction within the context of the party line is akin to blasphemy, and could subject that person to disciplinary action.
Does that freaking sound familiar?
Yeah. And the instant social disapproval of fellow party members.
Astonishing.
Yeah, that's a result of the political ideology in the book 1984, right? Which is a dictatorship, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's not talking about logic.
I think.
Right.
Well,
Graham.
What
Graham
it
Priest,
is they simultaneously accept two mutually contradictory beliefs. That's definitely familiar, isn't it? Follows on for the Dialetheism.
Absolutely. You agree with that, Brenda?
Yeah, see, it says here. It says, in the novel, for someone to even recognise, let alone mention, any contradiction within the context of the party line is akin to blasphemy. So you can't ask Brenda those questions. You know Brenda can't answer that. Might be seen as blasphemy to anybody else listening.
Yeah, Brenda wants to revert to the author or whatever. Two opposing thoughts. Hello? At the same time.
I thought this was brilliant because, I mean, I'd like to have wrote this myself. He says, to know and to not know. To be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies. To hold simultaneously two opinions which cancelled out. Knowing them to be contradictory and believing in both of them. To use logic against logic. To repudiate morality whilst laying claim to it. To believe that democracy was impossible and that the party was the guardian of democracy. To forget whatever it was necessary to forget, then to draw it back into memory again at the moment when it was needed, and then promptly to forget it again. And above all, to apply the same process to the process itself. That was the ultimate subtlety, consciously to induce unconsciousness, and then, once again, to become unconscious of the act of hypnosis you had just performed. Even to understand the word doublethink involved the use of doublethink. That does sound like Brenda.
Ramblings of madmen. Seriously.
Yeah. We called them Brendaisms, but that doublethink sounds good. I quite like the idea of Brendaisms because it's more direct. People can understand it.
I've been saying this for so long, and now I see it in writing. It's blowing my mind. You know, like the open and closed, and it's spinning but not, straight but curved recently, right? These opposing thoughts, it's like, and they have it written down. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, this is... when we went on the we're on this journey we've been on, I've been saying for quite a while that most of the time, whenever you come into any of this, you imagine that everybody else is like you. So you sort of project how you are onto everybody else. And you talk to them and you imagine that they should be doing what you are doing, right? And whether you understand or whether you are conscious of this or not, I think everybody does it. I wasn't particularly ready for finding out there are people like this, but it did explain a lot. I mean, I've obviously stuck around in this this arena for quite a long time, and there's a lot of this sort of stuff. I mean, I've been trying to sort it out in my own head. What's going on? for the amount of time I've been saying this is just weird. These reactions and where does it go to next? And it's got weirder and weirder.
Oh, it's amazing, like, to hear, like, for example, how could Brenda, for example, justify, like, having two opposing thoughts in your head at the same time? It's like, it's fascinating, like, to hear what she would have to say on something like this.
Yeah, not just yet, though.
No, later, after, because she's gonna interrupt and stuff. But stick around, Brenda. I'm really, really curious.
There's a bit here that I found. I mean, I know this is just a novel, but as you find a lot of this bit, these novels, there's truth in words, and some people say you speak things into existence. Spelling, obviously, wizardry. You manipulate with words and voice and vibrations. So there's a lot of truth wrote in books and stories and stuff. I mean, that's the way it tends to work. Well, it says here the demand for doublethink. Whoever's wrote this book has obviously thought about this. The demand for doublethink was especially difficult on the employees of the Records of Department in the Ministry of Truth. The department's responsibility was to falsify historic records, even recent ones, by means of rewrite and deletion. Also that the party could maintain the illusion that everything it had ever said and done was perfect and consistent. Yet, despite their direct role in the systematic deception, these same workers were still expected to believe the most recently created version of history, or face severe penalty if they failed. As revealed in the Goldstein book, the ministry's name in itself is an example of doublethink. The Ministry of Truth is really concerned with lies. The other ministries of airship one are similarly named, right? So the idea is that it's got to be difficult for people to keep up to date with the new things. Well, I consider us at the minute within this logic and geometry as, well, not finding. Obviously, it's always been there. There's geometry's never changed. But with linking geometry to an argument that I don't think anybody's ever bothered looking at before in this sort of way. That means that when we're finding these new paradoxes that are obviously always there, they've been there, but they've only just been exposed within a language that we can understand within the argument, whether it's been hidden within the circular arguments or for whatever reason. The geometric truths are undeniable. They've always been there. And the paradoxes expose these. Well, if the paradoxes expose the contradictions within the framework of a model or an argument or whatever, then there's two different ways you can go. You can either say, we've spotted an inconsistency within the logic, therefore me personally, I understand what that means. Somebody else may go, well, I allow for contradictions. So that's the split in the difference within different people, I think. And as such, I think on the server, that should be made clear at the beginning of a conversation from now on. Do you allow for contradictions within your statements? Within your logic of the system of the way we're going to end up talking to each other? Because if I don't have contradictions and you do, that means you can say whatever you want. It doesn't make any difference. You can never really lie, and you can never really tell the truth. Every statement has a contradictory statement right next to it, which is it's not a very good way for debate to occur, I don't think. But I mean, I'm still interested in finding out how people think about these things. And this is just my view of the way I particularly like to go about things. I can't have contradictions, like I said, with the model. The model has always had too many contradictions and paradoxes for me to be able to accept a model. It's never fit. That's why I don't have a model. Be interesting to know what anybody else thinks. I think I'm done for chatting.
Did you go over with the perpendicular? And because you gave me sort of like a task, just like in passing, basically, about how to lead it from the perpendicular relationships over to the parallels. Yeah, you remember? And
but that's more on the parallel logic. I mean, the actual logic. Has anybody got anything to do with this particular statement? Because I think within this, what we've just gone over was an eye-opener for me within how we can talk to people. There are, obviously, it's going to be really difficult talking to people if they have if they allow for contradictions. And then we can sort of get like a server guidelines sorted, and then we'll carry on with the rest of the logic. I personally don't think there's any much use going into paraconsistent logics or Dialetheism or whatever. It all seems to me a way to get around dealing with contradictions. Now, the cog dis that we deal with, I initially said one of the tests, the 12 that we have, the 12 steps to t-shirt logic, ends up exposing a cognitive dissonance to you. It shows you if you are free from cognitive dissonance or not. It's a very simple test. Now that test, there's there's a few different ways you can get around having that cog dis. The cog dis is a very life real thing where you are exposed to a contradiction that you hold already. You may not have the understanding of the contradictions. Oh, where is it? Put it in the. Oh, 12 steps. Here it is. Cognitive dissonance. Yeah. So cognitive dissonance, the mental conflict that occurs when beliefs or assumptions are contradicted by new information. Dialetheism and all of these ways to allow for contradictions is a way to deal with cog dis. This is one of the one of them. It says here, cognitive dissonance, the mental conflict that occurs when beliefs or assumptions are contradicted by new information. The unease or tension that the conflict arouses in people is relieved by one of several defensive maneuvers. They reject, explain away, or avoid the new information, persuade themselves that no conflict really exists. I think that's one of the ways if you can get around it. Dialetheism will give you a hand in being able to persuade yourself that there's no conflict. So people may, need it or think that it helps them. And I don't want to add to people's mental anguish or anything. So maybe we should come with a warning, like beware. We will expose contradictions that you have. If you come here into this server with a model, you will be exposed to contradictions that you have to accept one way or another. And that's going to be tough for anybody coming in here wanting to join in conversation, especially anybody that's coming in here wanting to push the contradictions onto us, as we seem to have a lot of at the minute. Them wanting to push this dialetheism, they want to inject that into our thinking. I'm pretty sure that all of the people that we have come round here, the groomers, the globe pushers, the one that want to give us a model or want to tell us about their model, or want to groom us back to the model. I can't do it.
After, however long it's been with however many people, the contradictions get easier and easier to spot too, which in turn makes it harder to ignore them, right? So I can't either.
Yeah, and that's what's good about being around people that can inspire us, right? For whatever reasons, somebody came with something that led us on this journey to find all of this stuff out. And for me, it's been eye-opening. I can now come at a conversation in a completely new way whenever we're talking to people about any of this stuff. It does make it clear that, how people having to deal with these contradictions. Now, they say there's no contradiction there. I'm still interested in working out how they can't see the contradiction, because we're going to go into that in a minute. Because there are, undeniable contradictions. And at the minute, I'm struggling to understand. That's the next thing for me to try and understand, how some people cannot see the contradictions.
I think they see them.
Well, I mean, that's not what they say, is it?
No, I think they see them. They don't want to admit to this, but then they pass them through the globe filter. You know, they say, "Yeah, I know level. It's, you know, you can make a level indefinitely. Yeah, but on the globe, it curves. That's how they do it.
Yeah,
They convince themselves. Yeah,
what they said with the double speak, they switch it on and off.
yeah,
They
yeah.
can just go from one to the other and switch the other one off when they do flip over to it.
I'm telling you, that's how they do it. Yeah, yeah.
It's a skill, and it takes a lot to be able to do it. But I think it's going to get harder and harder, especially when we say that when we are coming at any sort of conversation or whatever, we've only ever been coming at it from a reality footing, and it seems like this the group of people that are coming to us they're not coming at it from a reality viewpoint. They're having these contradictions, and they're wanting to push the contradictions onto us. I said it was a bit strange, like they're drug dealers that they just want you to try it. You know, just once. Can you just give it me this once in this one argument? Well, the explosive principle says no, not even once. Don't even try it. It's dangerous.
That's what it is, right? Brenda came here and gave us that like a week or two ago also. And I kind of feel like that was a warning, like, please guys, we're using paraconsistent logic, so please don't push this too hard on us. We can't handle it.
Yeah. Just to let you know that you'll be coming up again, you'll be finding out what this paraconsistent logic is, and, you know, don't tell everybody because they're not aware that they're using it.
Yeah, exactly.
We've been working hard in the background to keep all of this really quiet. Nobody's meant to know about it. And I was saying at the same time as well, for me to come on this journey and for all of us to be here at this time, the Logos has helped for every one of the journeys. Now, for me, beforehand, before my trigger moment that brought me into it, I was already on a journey of my own. But Logos gave me the one where Fight the Flat Earth, one of the nastiest pieces of work, pointed a finger at me and called me a child abuser. Now, it was great that he did that. I wouldn't really wish the journey that I've been on anybody else, but it was obviously my journey to end us up here, and I thank him for that. I'd say to everybody else that journey that he put me on has led me to this position now, and I am a much better person because of it. Because of the simplicity, the advanced simplicity that we employ within logic and geometry that has brought us back to the foundation to give us that base that we can work from and build back up again is amazing. And finding out that there are other people like this, you know, there's other people out there like me that think like this. That's welcoming, and like, I'd like to say, anybody wants to come into the Discord. This what we do here of a live it's never going to be like it is in the Discord, because this always seems like it's set up. I mean, I would hope to be able to get at some point where we are all comfortable enough that we can just do a natural show live. But there are people that don't want to talk, and you know, they're not as natural, and it gets hard to talk on when you are live. So most of the stuff that we do, the most interesting stuff, and the places we go where the learning happens, is in the Discord all day, every day, I'd say. So come into the Discord. Come in, just have a chat. If you've got any problems, I mean, just sit and talk for a bit. Sit and, you know, the live shows are obviously live, and the other conversations aren't the conversations that we obviously don't want to put certain conversations out there. They are for private conversations. Maybe not private, but that's where we do the learning. And an example of that is what I've just done today is we did the other day, but alongside that, we have running perhaps one of the biggest logical arguments that, I mean, the proofs are within the logic, and the geometry is definitely the way to find the proofs. And what we do here, we do t-shirt logic, which is the simplest way that you can to make it available to everyone. And on that note, we were going through all of this stuff at the same time as going over a conversation with Betty. Now, Betty is a boomer who was triggered in because of a comment on a YouTube chat somewhere going along with a video from somebody on a YouTube channel. He came in and started discussing logic, and that's developed into him launching t-shirt logic, pointing out that all the horizontals are parallel. Nobody can seem to come up with an excuse or an argument against it, because it's obviously true. He's put a cross on a piece of paper type thing and wants to try and say that's horizontals intersecting. Doesn't want to come and talk about that just yet, but I mean, no doubt he'll be going over this at some point. We'll be going over that led to a relationship between horizontal and vertical and perpendicular. Now, we've been dealing with the paradoxes of horizontals being parallel and calling it the horizontal paradox. Well, that led to us, because we know that horizontal, vertical, and perpendicular are linked inexplicitly through logic and geometry. And we have simplified the geometry enough to know that the basis and the foundations of geometry is based around this particular relationship of these right angles. There being four of them. The sum of four right angles makes a circle, or also makes a square. And two of them makes the angles of the sum of inside of a triangle. That's how we know that a triangle can only have the sum of two right angles, because there's one each side of the straight line that makes the square and the circle, the perfect symmetry of the diameter and the cutting the square in half, whether it be the diagonal or it doesn't. But that's the foundation of the mathematics and the geometry and the logic. So we know that, and as we were doing that, I said, I don't know why I said it to you, Saragaki. I just said, there's got to be a way. I think I said there's got to be a way of linking this logical parallelism through the perpendicularity of,
yeah, it was something to that effect anyway.
yeah. And I literally, my mind was off somewhere else, and I just blurted it out. So would there be a way for us to, and Saragaki obviously took it on. And this is some of the best t-shirt logic ever, because it's undeniable. Literally undeniable.
I think it's really good that you brought that up, that point of how to link the two. Let me get this concept here up.
Yeah. Well,
because I went searching.
Came back from the thing, didn't it? I'll go and get her. It's all of these crosses. Wow, look at the chat.
I came across the perpendicular transversal theorem and lots of other follow-ons from that, right? And because of how that's laid out, I don't know if anybody wants to post a picture. I'll post it after. But because of how that one's laid out, it shows you the clear relationship between perpendicular lines and parallel lines. How, one one line perpendicular to one out of several parallel lines would be perpendicular to all those parallel lines, and so on and so forth, right? So that symbol, again, back to the symbol, just shot out to me as this symbol here has to somehow relate to this in a way. And in the theorem at the end says, by the transitive property of equality, right? So that was also part of that. Because of that 90-degree perpendicular relationship, it's, flip it 90 degrees and you will be looking at the same thing still.
Have we got a picture or something? Have we got it in the you put it in agents or something like that, and then it won't get zipped up the screen.
Yeah, I'm using caps lock for push to talk, and my mouse pad turns off when I hold caps lock, so I can't do shit when I'm talking.
Right, well, I'll chat while you go and find it or whatever. So the task was, can we link, or there must be, it was said, I'm pretty sure, there's got to be a way to link horizontal planes being parallel, perpendicularity, and or verticals to the horizontal planes. I mean, we've got a few statements, we've got a bit of stuff like that. It's too much of a joke. I can't take Brenda and the Snowflake Squad. They're taking it a bit too far. See, perpendicular symbol with a circle with two bisecting diagonal. Oh, yeah. Brenda thinks it's Neo-Nazi.
Have a look at the Celtic Cross, friend. That's similar as well.
The resulting perpendiculars through, well, I guess through a circle, right? You could make the circle, and then you draw a line through the center. You get a diameter, and then you can make a perpendicular to that quite easily. Tangents perpendicular to all of those will form a square around the circle, and you can then circumscribe the square.
Is it pronounced Celtic or Celtic?
I think that's pronounced the Celtic Cross, I think.
Celtic, yeah. I want to get it right.
I think it's
Thanks.
the Celts, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so too, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was, right? It was the if A equals B, B equals C, then so A must equal C.
Yeah.
That's where it's yeah.
Yeah, what was that? What do we call that? That was the transitive, was it?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then there is the idea of symmetry also comes up when you look at the equivalent relation, the link from Britannica I posted. And so the symmetry also to me is like, of course, it's perfect symmetry. It's a square, right? There has to be a way to just put this into very easy and simple logical terms as well.
Let me check this. So this is the perpendicular transversal theorem. Did you write that, or did you just find that? I take it you found that.
Yeah, I found that. Yeah. It was in a textbook. I had to go into a PDF and look through it. Like I couldn't find this like on the face of it. I had to go into a PDF file to find it. But yeah.
So this is fancy logic, but I mean it just says given B to C, this line is parallel to D to E, this one here. A to B is perpendicular to B to C. It's perpendicular to that. Prove that AB is perpendicular to DE. Yeah. And then this is the way that you can prove that statement. I mean, it does seem pretty obvious. It's like somebody asking you to prove that level is horizontal.
Yes.
It's the same thing. It seems so simple. I mean, like you're being asked to prove that this line here is perpendicular to this line here, knowing that these two are already parallel. I mean, it seems so simple. Why would you need to prove it? Well, that's because some people say that level isn't horizontal. Some people say that AB doesn't necessarily have to be perpendicular to DE.
Yeah, and that's the crux, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even though AB is perpendicular to BC, it doesn't necessarily follow that it's also perpendicular to DE.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, guys.
But it's like, can you prove it? It's like, yes, easily.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah, but we are being asked to prove these sort of things all the time, and we say, like, yeah. Like, why are they asking us to prove something that's so obviously true? At least geometrically, right? You, like, all I've ever said, right, is that this proof geometrically relates to geo, earth, metra measurements. The geometry comes from logic, and logic comes from reality. There was a necessity to be able to measure the earth, so they made geometry as a way to write that down, to formalize it, to write it into a language that could be understood. Geometry is the language of shapes and lines expressed in this way. Now, logic is another language that you can use to express this, but it's mainly expressed with the actual lines required to be drawn. So the actual geometry is the lines. The proof comes in the logical system and the way that you write it out, in the logical process that you can go through. You can take people through this logical process. This to this to this, and this is the same as this, so therefore this must be the same as that. There you go. There's the proof. I can demonstrate it by drawing the lines and all of that. You just use those principles in reality and relate them to it directly. For me. And when I said it off the top of my head, then Saragaki went off. And the journey he went on, it must have been amazing.
It was really nice. Like,
Yeah.
you see that second picture I posted with the 34123
Yeah.
perpendicular transversal theorem. You see on the conclusion there, Q is parallel to P. I'm like, wow, that is so symmetrically perfect, that, isn't it? The Q and the P, how they're opposing each other, mirror.
Yeah.
And so I'm
Yeah.
like, well, if we change that Q to horizontal, if we change that P to vertical, and then it just
Yeah.
went from there, right?
Yeah, that's direct relationship, vertical and horizontal. They are perpendicular to each other.
Yeah.
You can just directly relate them to these statements, and it applies geometrically.
Yeah, therefore you can use geometric proofs to underline what you're saying, because it's already proven, right? So when they ask you to prove it, it's like, what are you asking me to do again?
Yeah.
I mean, it's done.
Yeah, it's there already. Perpendicular transversal theorem.
Yeah, exactly.
Horizontal, vertical or horizontal. It doesn't really matter. You can put them either way round. They're perpendicular to each other.
Exactly, right? So when you draw a circle around it and tilt it, it's always going to stay perpendicular no matter what you do.
Yeah. And all of this always applies. Now, what does vertical and horizontal have to do with reality? Well, I'd say that they are both terms from reality. They don't really exist on the paper, but they can be represented on the paper. The tools that you use to do them, and we go through the steps of the 12, plumb bobs, and levels.
And, the important tidbit of information that is lost on most people, I feel personally, within the definition of perpendicular, is the fact that they are straight lines. That seems to fly by a lot of people, the fact that they are straight lines. Oh, but, you can have a perpendicular to a curve, like horizontal is curve, and you can have vertical perpendicular still. No, you can't. It literally is right there in the definition of what it is. And you can prove perpendicularity and parallelism. Both of those are basic stuff in Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, this relationship of the perpendicular with all four right angles being equal means that these parallel lines necessarily mean perpendicular to all corresponding parallel lines, and you can just move that one across it, and they will always, that relationship will always be true within the Euclidean geometry. As yet, I've never, ever, and there never will be a proof for anybody to be able to keep all of these relationships, vertical, horizontal being perpendicular, level, plumb being perpendicular to each other, and this relationship through the logic. You can't do anything other than this. It's a proof for a reason. It's always true. Now, you can have your Dialetheism if you want. You can have whatever you want to have, contradictions. But you can't really break these lines and the perpendicular. You can't inject Dialetheism into geometry without a fundamental collapse of geometry. Imaginometry. We've done that. Anybody wants imaginometry, there's no need to mess about with Euclidean geometry. Leave Euclidean geometry as it is. Perfect proof forming. Now, you can say that vertical and horizontal in reality don't relate to the Euclidean geometric form of planes, lines and planes of Euclidean geometry directly relate to this.
I personally still would claim, as I don't think anyone else can prove it, but I would say that it is that perpendicular relationship, horizontal vertical, that is the foundation of all of this.
Yeah.
When that was discovered, some light bulb in somebody's head really, really lit up hard, and yeah.
There are proofs, right? There is a way for us to actually prove this.
There is objective truth that you can formally rely on, right?
Yeah.
Something that is always true.
Self-evident.
Yeah.
Yeah. Self-evident truths. But
I would still say, like, it self-evident doesn't necessarily mean that it's instantly understood or even comprehended by whoever, right? It takes a certain way of looking at things.
Yeah, you have to try and find the proof, right? You have to question. First off, you have to question why somebody's asking something like that, because some of this stuff seems so fundamental. You wonder why. I mean, I bet a lot of people looking in are wondering, why are we still talking about triangles and straight lines and all of that? Well, this is where it's at. And for me, anyway, the model cannot make it past this hurdle. Vertical and horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to each other. The proof is that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Necessarily makes all verticals parallel. But I mean,
it does.
That doesn't mean anything to me. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here because somebody questioned level being horizontal. All verticals being parallel is just that comes along with the journey, right? That's a truth that's been uncovered through looking to prove that level is horizontal.
That's the beauty, right? There are 4 right angles in that perpendicular relationship there. So that means the second you establish and prove a horizontal plane, you then have vertical perpendicular to it. You have horizontals being parallel and you have verticals being parallel just by the virtue of the horizontal plane existing in the first place.
Yeah. Which is what we started off with last year when we started with the test. Where do you start? Horizontal. I mean, you don't need to prove that vertical is a straight line, surely. Nobody questions that vertical's a straight line or plane. Of course you can have vertical straight lines or planes. Couldn't be anything else other than a straight line or plane. It's only a string with a weight on the bottom of it. That's got to be straight. Can't be anything up but straight. So the only question there could be, like a lot of people have, is level horizontal, and is horizontal a straight line? Can it be established? Once you establish that there is a horizontal plane that you can establish, all you need to do is establish it and put a plumb bob at either end of it, perpendicular to the horizontal plane. Can't be anything else. Perpendicular to the level also at the same place. That's because level is horizontal. It's fantastic, the power of that relationship of perpendicular within a geometric argument. Now, you're going to hear a lot, if you try and use that argument, you're going to hear a lot of people that say vertical and horizontal aren't in reality. You're going to hear a lot of people giving up Euclidean geometry in reality for some other, I don't know, maybe because of Dialetheism, maybe because of them allowing for contradictions. I can't imagine what the contradiction would be, though, can you?
Within the parallel and perpendicular relationship, you mean?
Yeah, because I mean, like, would it be that vertical and horizontal could be both perpendicular and not perpendicular? Because I've never heard of anybody asking for vertical to not be perpendicular to horizontal. That would be, like, I can't see a way around them using just silly semantic arguments, I think. Seems to be the only thing that we get at the minute. Have you ever heard of anybody saying anything worthwhile against vertical and horizontal being perpendicular? I mean, the consequences of it, I don't know why it hasn't been talked about, at least.
That's why I brought up earlier about perpendicular, the definition there, including straight lines. Because they can, and they will, use ideas like the egocentric coordinate system. Shout out all of last week, right? So they forget that in geometry, a straight line can be extended, a terminated straight line, right, can be extended indefinitely along that very same straight line. Same with the plane can be extended indefinitely along any of the straight lines lying within the plane. That's what they forget with that egocentric coordinate system, right? So it's tricky to put yourself in that mindset when you know what perpendicular means.
Yeah, I like I say, I can't imagine an other way of doing any of this sort of stuff. It just doesn't fit.
No, like all of the practical uses we have for horizontal and vertical should go to show, that this is very fundamental principles we rely on very heavily too. And if it wasn't the case that a straight line is actually straight, none of it would work. It would all fall to pieces. The explosive principle, right? The contradiction would, topple
Yeah.
it over, show it to be worthless.
Yeah, I don't think you can apply it to geometry, although it does seem like they're trying, doesn't it? It seems like they're trying to do it. They're trying to apply it to geometry. They're trying to apply it to Euclidean geometry. And they're trying to apply it to reality. We've got our latest one in here is obviously not a troll. No, called Quantum Chicken. Come in chat in a bit. We're nearly ready.
Sounds legit.
Yeah, like I said, I think this is probably one of the biggest leaps that me personally, has made in my understanding of how the argument has been. I've been around this arena for 3.5, 4 years or whatever, and I've been in a state of confusion trying to work out what exactly is going on. Obviously, learned that Euclidean geometry is the most perfect book ever wrote. Within an axiomatic system of proof on proof on proof. That led me to the logic. And now, just over this week, what we've just gone over today with the learning about the Dialetheism and all of the way these contradictions are formulated into a system where we find that all of the contradictions just literally cannot fit within the geometry framework. And the geometry framework is also based upon the logic that we have I personally have found to help me over the past 2 or 3 years. Help me to come and understand and be in the position that I am today. This is eye-opening for me, this little bit.
I second that notion wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
It's very fascinating to me how arguments that seem completely unrelated to geometry very often actually boils back down to geometry. That's been very eye-opening to me, how geometry and logic is so tied together, and how arguments that seemingly has nothing to do with geometry is actually directly related to it, which you can't necessarily see at first glance.
Yeah.
That's been really interesting to me, diving into some of these things we've dove into,
Absolutely. You know what's even more fascinating than that is how long ago people figured this out and wrote it down.
Yeah. Yeah, and how recently it's been tried to be hidden.
And changed. Yeah.
And these people who's been actively trying to do the hiding, they are famous people today within their own branches of whatever they've been doing, right? They are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they are the famous people we all know, like Einstein,
They became famous for changing all this stuff around. Yeah. It's amazing. Russell, let's not forget him, one of my favorites. Einstein gave us relativity. Nothing is what we think it is.
Big Lebowski.
Yeah, don't forget Big Labiz.
Logic. Messed that up.
Al-Baruni.
Yes, Al-Baruni.
Yeah, well, that's one of the biggest magic tricks.
Oh,
Which I'm gonna get around to, obviously. All of the arguments and all of the stuff. Yeah. Aristophanes. There's another one.
Aristotle.
Yeah. Yeah, just recently, though. The new ones that have brought this cogdis into existence. I mean, they do say they backtrack a lot of it, but cogdis is in the 1950s when it was looked into or whatever. It started to be around. 1984, wrote in the 1950s.
We've got Karl Popper as well. It's a good deductionist.
Yeah. Well, that's falsification, right?
Yeah. Falsification, yeah.
But if you have such a paraconsistent logic around and Dialetheism, then there's no such thing as falsification. That entire thing goes out of the way. So how old is the Dialetheism? How, why didn't they try and inject it into science? Maybe they have. Like they've tried to inject it into logic, into geometry, into everything. I mean, could they inject Dialetheism into science?
Yeah, how old is that? Dialetheism.
I don't know. It comes from the Greek, doesn't it?
Well, it
But
had the Greek name.
is that
They could've just-
to disguise it? I mean, who knows?
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. We got to find out when that came about.
1984 had the Department of Doublethink, right? Where you had to rewrite the records. I mean, I'm pretty convinced that's why a lot of people ask us to write stuff down for them. That's why they're documenting it, so they can just rewrite. They can rewrite arguments. They can say you said something that you didn't actually say, but they're the ones that are writing it down. They can make you say whatever they want you to say if they're the ones writing it. And they're the ones telling everybody that's what you said.
About 1978, somewhere around about then, when it was invented.
Dialetheism?
1978?
Yeah.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure I'll see if I can find where I read that this afternoon.
Whoa.
I picked it off. There's no way there would be a Greek thing called double
Yeah.
truth.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, man.
It doesn't, does it? Like, it's got to be new. And if it's new, especially at that sort of time, then people are, they could be the product of that. I mean, I was born 71. I mean, you wouldn't have to be that old to be brought up with Dialetheism as a thing. Imagine how that'd mess you up. Imagine what sort of a person you might end up being.
Yeah. Let me just try and see where. I think on the Stanford site, it's talking about. Can't find it now. It was in the late 70s where it was put together. Following paraconsistent logic, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, apparent consistent logic is a new thing.
Yeah.
And it's obvious that why it's been brought around. I think it's pretty clear why cognitive dissonance came around as well. It's pretty clear that a model isn't that old.
If it's 1950s and let's do one generation is 20 years, then now what happened in the 30s, everybody? I mean, question for everybody on their own to figure out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a little bit before that as well. I mean, it doesn't take long for you to change people's minds. 3 generations, I reckon. Completely gone. I mean, you think about what do you know about your grandparents? How interested are you in them? Hearing the stories, what they've been through. You don't care at that age.
I'm getting kind of chills. I like story time. I grew up with my great grandparents.
Yeah.
And we're listening to stories my entire childhood. I found it fascinating.
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to do many of that, but I mean, I did. Great grandparents. But not like the family unit that you think you should have, right? You know, to pass down these stories.
Yeah, there used to be in the olden days, didn't it? Several generations in the same household. That must have kept that social glue and the actual history way more alive.
Yeah.
Right, according to Oxford, the Oxford bibliographies, the term dialectic was invented in the late 1970s by Graham Priest and Richard Sylvan, also known as Rootley at the time. So it's the late 1970s.
Wow.
When it was put together.
And
apparently it was something to do with the attack on the Law of Non-Contradiction, as it had often been an unstated assumption felt to be so fundamental to rationality that some claim that it couldn't be defended because it was so fundamental. And then they used Dialetheism as a challenge to the Law of Non-Contradiction, and which most philosophers take to be unassailable common sense. So it was an attack on common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's on since 1970s, end of 1970s.
Wow.
70s, yeah, that's interesting also how it coincides with the whole rise of computer logic and fuzzy logic that comes along with it after. Yeah, that's very interesting timing there.
It'll be interesting to have a look at, get some information. I might have a look at the background information on Graham Priest and Richard Rootley and see what they were all about.
Yeah, for the reason that it, you know, like it has to have computers.
I think that's what it's coming. I think that's what led to it.
Yeah.
Computer logic.
We were saying that. You can't plug all of this stuff into computers because computers will go, nah. Nah, you can't have that. Computers would be telling all of the secrets, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So yeah, they have to. I reckon that's it, right? They can't have you have to teach computers to lie, otherwise they might be giving away all of the secrets.
And that's the thing, right? The computer will answer your questions using the framework that you've given it.
Yeah, you give it fuzzy logic.
And you'll get fuzzy answers.
Yeah. Yeah, computer learning. I mean, what sort of logic do you give a computer for computer learning? Do you give it Spock-like logic, or do you give it fuzzy logic? I mean, who do you want to talk to? Do you want to talk to Spock or do you want to talk to Brenda? But I mean,
This
some
guy
of these,
Graham Priest
yeah,
that he mentioned, he's a philosopher. Among one of his books is In Contradiction. Just Google him and you'll die of laughter. If it's the guy that we think he is.
The other one, Richard Sylvan, was, if this is the correct one, which I think it is, was from the University of New Zealand, analytic philosophy, non-ism, whatever that means, I haven't heard of that one, non-ism, environmental philosophy.
environmental. Your mic's not too good, Raven. Are you
No, I'm gonna have to fiddle around with this and get my other mic down next time.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
It's okay.
He also wrote a book on logic.
Right.
And get this, guys, Beyond the Limits of Thought.
Yep. Penrose.
Yep, totally.
It's your straight line event horizon, or what call it, as
Yeah. Just go past the limits.
Richard Sylvan wrote a book called Paraconsistent Logic.
Uh-oh.
Essays of.
Yeah, this guy definitely has crossed the Cogdis event horizon. Indeed, Saragaki.
Yeah, that's what you call it. I think it's brilliant.
And he's been into green ethics, transcendental metaphysics.
Yeah, I think the law of non-contradiction is the Euclidean fifth postulate of logic, isn't it?
Yeah. It was on.
Imagine, this guy is from the University of Cambridge. Just imagine that. This guy teaches people stuff.
It doesn't surprise me that it's Cambridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too keen on this paraconsistent logic, especially because it's got the parallel thing. I mean, we were talking with Mike a bit earlier today. The idea that they take paraconsistent when they're actually attacking the fundamentals of the law of non-contradiction within these logical frameworks. And they call it paraconsistent because it's parallel. Like, it never intersects with reality. It's just in a parallel world. In the parallel worlds, in the all worlds theory of logic, things can happen, but they have to stay within the fundamental frameworks. Well, it seems like they've made a parallel logic that they're calling it paraconsistent, but it's not consistent at all. They just don't have contradictions. I mean, that's hardly consistent.
Beyond consistency.
Yeah, non-explosive logics means that they can just get away with anything, really. Just, you're allowed to lie, I think, because they want to.
You out on the wife?
Sorry, but your mic's gone a little bit worse there, Raven.
Oh, right, okay. I was just saying, I'd have to try it out on the wife. This paraconsistency.
Yeah. Yeah, it won't go very far, will it?
Is there a connection, right? The word philosophy, I used to hold it in higher regards back in the day than I do now, slightly because of what we're talking about, right? The word philo, like philic and phobic, right? Philosophist, is that a lover of sophistry? Is that why all of these philosophers are writing books on contradictions and stuff like this?
Ooh.
Yeah, you see?
Well, you see, I think the sophist term got taken over. One of the
Yeah, it
earlier
comes from
versions of it. I always thought the sophists were the ones that taught people. They were the teachers.
They were originally the adherents to the so-called goddess Sophia, right? Knowledge.
Yeah, they passed on the knowledge to
Yeah.
people as teachers. But then obviously, once money comes involved in it and you have to teach somebody and you get paid for it, then it turns into you being able to, the more knowledge it seems, is being able to win an argument. So there are ways of having knowledge of winning an argument, but there are also ways of deceiving to win an argument. And I think that's where the sophistry got taken over, the name of what sophists are. And then you can then say somebody who wins an argument is sophisticated, or if it deemed to be won by nefarious means. So
they stole that term.
Yeah, I think so.
Because philosophia, right? It translates to friend of wisdom in Greek.
Yeah.
So this sophistry business, they misrepresenting the word.
Yeah, the sophistry part of it. I mean, again, it's all in the spelling, isn't it? And the how you use the words over the years and how the words have changed from
because if you translate it properly, a sophist would be a wisdomist.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not a negative thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like weird how they do that.
Yeah, you can turn the winning of an argument into a bad thing.
Yeah, they reversed it. Yeah.
Yeah. But now sophistry is the winning of an argument by nefarious means, right? It's wordplay and
deception. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what we have to deal with. But, like we say here, the more we point it out to people, or the more we point out to each other, right? If I don't see something, somebody else points it out to me, then next time I'll be in a position to be able to spot it myself. Like Rakir says, we are in the position of having to, or we should be in the position of pointing out deceit when you see it. And that makes us stronger. So the more we have to point these things out, or perhaps if somebody sees something that we aren't seeing, and you want to come in and let us know, because that'll obviously make us better. Sometimes you can't see things that are right in front of your face until somebody points them out to you. what may seem simple to you may not be simple to anybody else until you point it out to them. So if it seems like we're ever missing anything, send us a line, post us in, let us know, come to the Discord.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah.
And that's also what Bev is saying, right? I brought up something just from the top of my head there. And as he goes and looks at it, we talk about it, and we get somewhere, right?
That's what we do here, isn't it? That's the beauty of this place. And obviously the where we go with the steps that we take is where we're on the journey we're on. And I'm loving this. I'm thinking the logic and the geometry, the way that we're doing it now, has got to be the way for us to keep going. Reality, logic, geometry. Oh, trifecta.
Hello?
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Evening, Rob.
I just wanted to say the problem is we only get people like Brenda and Rumpus coming around lately to talk to us. And they don't know shit.
No, but they have shown us that this that they're never going to know anything, because it's up to us to find it for ourselves, obviously. They're just stumbling blocks. They're obstacles in the way on the journey. And we should use, we should use everybody that comes to us. There is obviously a lesson to be learned. It's whether we learn the lesson or let it pass us by. I'm willing to keep learning from everything that gets put in front of us. It's obviously Logos is giving us that for whatever reason. And I'm loving this logic geometry. What time are we at? Oh, it's only 10 o'clock. It's only going 2 hours. That's good,
Yeah,
though,
because
isn't
it
it?
triggers the model afflicted. What we do here.
Ooh, well, I think what we've
Definitely
just found
makes
out
sense.
is it's more than the model afflicted. This is this may be the reason why they are model afflicted. I'm pretty sure it's not the model affliction that's causing this. I think it goes a little bit deeper.
Yeah, how would you phrase that? It's because of the allowance to violate the law of non-contradiction. First of all, that precludes you from ever concluding anything with any certainty, number one. And
Yeah.
it allows for the model affliction as well.
Yeah, there is zero truths available once you take on this Dialetheism mantra. Just once.
That's why, yeah, explosive principle, right?
Yeah.
Goes to bits if you do. And that's why Rob is bringing up this, that they don't know anything. Yeah, because they cannot conclude. They have precluded themselves from concluding.
And which is a very strange position when you're being told that you don't know anything by people that are able to say that from a position of not holding any truths whatsoever and never being able to. Yeah, I find it fascinating, and you're right, Rob. We do need to go and talk to some new people. This is interesting conversation, but I'm feeling that we're not going to have the cycle of new people that we get around, especially in this arena. That there's not new, and we don't seem that we allow to do any of this.
Yeah, no. And what I've noticed lately, like I've seen that Dave Weiss has started putting out videos of interviews with other channels. Like he's gone to other channels and had interviews on other channels, and now he's posting those interviews on his channel.
Yeah.
I've been listening to a few of them, and they're pretty good.
Yeah.
So I might have to start branching out and going other places and just taking T-shirt logic with me.
Yeah. If you need a hand, we'll come over.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes, spread the word. Spread the word of T-shirt logic. Simplicity, advanced simplicity. It'll go a long way. It goes for anyone as well, anybody listening. You want to get us over and have a chat? I'm sure there's quite a few people here who will be willing to talk about what we do here. Me especially.
Or even going out and trying to get people to come over here and have a chat.
Yeah, either way. It works just as good. Any way that we can express this logic, I think we should hit for next week. I think we'll try and get some more logic sorted. We've got we'll try and sort another video or a short clip with Emma. We'll try and relaunch the next level logical phenomena, we call it. I think we'll do all of that. Logical phenomena number 1, logical phenomena number 2, and we'll head for the horizontals being parallel logic, and then to the perpendicular logic, which obviously has to incorporate parallels. We'll aim for doing something about that next week. Probably get some new T-shirt logic sorted.
Like this one here, I just wrote it up for fun, right?
Yeah.
We're just doing it for fun. And I wanted the cross there for the reason of it also being perpendicular. Just because, just for the facetiousness of it, you know. But it's just for fun, and I think it's amazing that we can actually have some place to even talk about this stuff. I never heard of any other place that will do this or be open for exploring these things wherever it may lead you, right?
And that, like you say, with that particular piece of it's T-shirt logic, it looks a bit more advanced, to be honest, but I mean that's really good. And for anybody looking in, this is what we're going to be going to next week. This is the perpendicular T-shirt logic. Parallels. It sort of incorporates T-shirt logic into a slightly more advanced formulation with the geometrical perpendicular. It's beautiful, to be honest.
And look at how symmetrical it is also because of it. It's gorgeous. Like I didn't necessarily come up with this. I just put the symbols together, right? We
Yeah.
sat for about an hour talking about how do we just put this together in a way. And yeah, so it just arose out of having fun with the symbols and what the meaning of the symbols are within logic and stuff. So it's just for fun.
Yeah, that's exactly the idea of t-shirt logic. You to formulate it and write it and get it in your head how it works together, and then put the symbols together and write it in a formal type way. It's very good, and I've heard a lot of them today say it doesn't. You can't relate it to reality. There's a different vertical and horizontal, apparently.
Yeah, I can't see how they can get around the plumb bob being perpendicular to the level, while also horizontal being perpendicular to vertical.
Because they go to non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, you can't.
And think that somehow is reality. Yeah, no, they've lost all logic.
It's like you said earlier also with how the attack on the law of non-contradiction is very similar to the attack of the triangle axiom, right? It goes together.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fantastic. But I know that, like I say, the people we talk to, we know they have contradictions. So they can't have this. The contradiction that they have whenever they look at this logic about perpendicular, it's geometric logic, it's deductive, it's definitive, it's got an answer. And they just say, well, vertical and horizontal aren't in reality.
Yeah, that's where it's gone now, because they always used to say vertical is perpendicular to the water level. They always used to relate it to reality, and now they've thrown it out the window. Nope, it's not real.
Euclidean geometry, you cannot link that to reality at all. So even when you say perpendicular, I mean, that you can't prove perpendicular. You can't prove parallel. You can't prove anything, which is Dialetheism. They're telling you what they've done to themselves, not what you've done.
Yes.
I think
that's why they're telling you that you can't prove anything. Well, it's of course the other way around. They cannot have proof. Proof cannot even exist.
Yeah. As beginning of the year started with SE. We are going to have to go out with this as a conversational piece.
I just wanted to say something else, because they only deny proof because they want to say science doesn't prove things.
Do you think after tonight?
100%. That's why they say there's no proof.
No,
because as soon as we get proof, as soon as we give them proof, they say science doesn't prove things, and they take it to science, and they want us to talk about science and not geometry.
Yeah, that's because they want to swap the conversation. They've opened themselves up to Dialetheism. There is no proof, not within science. There's no proof anywhere. And when you show them proof, they're obviously going to deny it, because to them, there is no proof. Yeah. It just shows you who it's worth talking to and who it isn't worth talking to. The quicker you can find out whether the person has contradictions or not, the quicker you can find out whether it's worth talking to them or not. That's going to be the way it is, I think, especially around here. That's going to be the best way for going forward for us to find out, is finding the questions and finding the the statements, finding the arguments, and finding the things to say that draw people out to expose the fact that it's not really worth talking to them. Now, it may be upsetting to a lot of people because they obviously will get upset. It seems like people get upset when you say there are proofs. The proofs do exist. And there's all sorts of different ways to get people to draw out. I think personally, asking somebody whether they allow for contradictions or not within the framework of how they live, and if they say yes, I do allow for contradictions, well, there's your answer done straight away. If they say no, then you could take them on the 12 steps, and you will find very easily whether they actually do have any cogdis or any contradictions within how they're thinking. I hope that is something that will help everybody to understand where the progress can be made and where it can't, where the people that are still watching the shadows are, and who are the people that are willing to turn around and have a look at the shadow casters. Because there's a lot of shadow casters around. There's a lot of people, I think, that don't even know that there are shadow casters around.
Oh, for sure. I was just gonna say, right? It's you don't already, how to say it? You rarely come across those people who are willing to turn around and look, right? Mostly you get to talk to the people who are fascinated by the shadows and want to tell you all about the shadows. You rarely get to speak to those who are willing to turn around and look. I say you, I talk about myself, yeah.
Yeah, I do the same all the time. As if I'm ever talking about anybody, like I said at the beginning, you always think about other people being similar to you. Well, I'm talking about myself when I say that, as I think everybody else is as well. You know, you cast your own opinions onto other people and try and imagine other people, why they didn't think like that. Why didn't they do that? Because that's what I'd have done.
Yeah, that can also be sort of hijacked, right? If let's say, yeah, you see where I'm going. If you have already allowed for contradiction, and you, I mean, also hold that close that people are similar, mostly similar to what you yourself are, then if somebody is then way out different, you're not going to notice right away. They can go around you, behind you, and pull strings that you wouldn't even think of existing, because you're just a good-hearted human, right? But not everybody is a good-hearted human. Harsh truth there.
Yeah. Yeah, the nice ones, nice people are the ones that will think everybody else is being nice. And the people that maybe not so nice are the ones that think everybody is not so nice. So who's the one that's going to be more trusting of other people? There's one sort of group of people that will be very untrusting of people, and there's one group of people that will probably be over trusting of people.
Yes, exactly right.
One group will definitely take advantage of the other, while the other group would never even think of taking advantage of the other one.
Yeah. And you clearly see it when you walk around in daily life, if you're paying attention anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to have your eyes opened up to it. Otherwise,
Yeah,
you
for
may not see it. You may not be aware of it. And it's not a black pill thing. It's a sort of just open your eyes, be aware. Yeah, balanced truths. Oh. Hey, buddy, you'll be able to go over it tomorrow. Talk to your mates about it. Was that not meant for here? Ready? I think Betty might have been talking to somebody else about something and typed something in the wrong box.
Dialetheism, was it?
The issue of dialetheism. It's a pretty big issue as well, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what they're all suffering from. Well, not suffering, because they accepted it, so it's not really a suffering.
Yeah, and again, the missus said to me, she said, who are you talking about when you say they? And it's like, well, with respect to dialetheism, it's anybody that accepts it. Right? That's the they that we're talking about, obviously. Not people that haven't. If you accept contradictions within your whatever, then that's obviously the people who we're talking about. See, Betty, what are you talking about? This is logic night. It's got nothing to do with the earth, has it? We're talking about dialetheism on logic night. It's got a direct representation within logic. That's very strange, Betty. Almost as though you're obsessed with the model. Everything doesn't revolve around you and your conversations that you want to have. I mean, if you want to come round during the week sometime, anytime, come round and we'll have a chat about whatever it is that you want to have a word about. I wouldn't mind having a word about parallel horizontals and the mess you made of putting a cross on a piece of paper. We're calling it Betty's cross. I don't know how you are, but I mean the argument was ridiculous.
Yep, I was right. This is the dude that came up with the idea.
Wow.
Not I was right. Who brought it up? Let's give proper props.
Ravens
Eye.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, Raven's Eye.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah.
Is the mic better now?
Yeah, much.
Oh, good. Sorry, I was just letting the dog out the back. I didn't hear what the conversation was.
It was just SE was just giving you props for bringing Graham Priest to us.
Oh yeah, I thought that might be interesting to look into.
And then Betty's obviously come in. Betty, I don't know whether you know much about this server. We don't give a shit about the shape of the earth. Never have and never will. That's a misconception.
Wait. Can I just say something?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it has a shape.
Yeah. That's the thing. But Betty's the one that thinks that we should be connecting everything to it, but we never have. Betty. And I've always said, gravity, you guys call it gravity, I just call it vertical. Same thing, no different. But that's the difference, Betty. You guys are talking about the shape of the earth, not us. You guys are obsessed with it, not us. You guys keep coming round to the Discord server, telling us about your model, trying to groom us into the globe model. Well, I'm not particularly interested about your fascination with the model. We just try and deal with reality, and this night tonight is logic night. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth, never has and never will. Geometry has got nothing to do with the shape, like you say, of the earth. It does have a lot to do with earth measurements we take of the earth, but not the overall shape of it, because that's fucking ridiculous. And especially trying to inject Dialetheism into it, but you should know better. I'm beginning to wonder whether you've been infected by a globe model, Betty. You said you came in with logic. This doesn't seem very logical to you to come into a Discord chat or into a YouTube chat to be so obsessed with a model. All based around logic as well. But if you want to come and talk about logic, we can do that. Sorry about that. So the logic logos is being messed about with. And I don't think it's one of those things like geometry. I don't think you really can just play about with it. Yeah, this is logic night, and Betty is the globe logician, I think. Pseudo logician, you were being called today. I saw in the YouTube comments. And I'm not too sure about whether your arguments are semantical or you're just trying to cause fallacies where fallacies don't exist.
Quantum qualifier shift.
Quantum,
yeah.
Yeah.
Quantum qualifier shift fallacy.
Yep. I think he tried that one with somebody. Oh God.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
There you go. What's this one here? Betty says, "We don't want your globe candy, nor a ride in your globe van." He's quoting me there. Try thinking about it. Why so close-minded? See?
Just try it.
Yeah. He is trying to groom us. He's admitting it. They're grooming us for the globe. We're the ungroomables. Shout out, Tarn. Oh, the ungroomables. That's great, isn't it? Right, it seems like the pseudo-logician that we've got is coming to try and disrupt the YouTube chat. And it's 9:30. We've been going 2.5 hours. So, what's everybody else think? somebody else? You guys want to have a little bit of a chat for a bit? I need to make a brew. That means go to the toilet, but I need to go make.
I'm gonna get some work done.
So do you want us to put a Buster song on for a bit, or do you want to have a chat?
I will always love a Buster song.
Okay. One chance, I think. I've just loaded this one up today.
That song is so good.
You guys, if you want to listen to it, put it in the jump in the VC. If you want to have a chat amongst yourselves, I'm gonna mute the VC while this song's on. So have a chat if you want. You won't be heard.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
Right, we're back. I've not made me brew yet, but hey, at least we're back. Alright, kettle's just boiled. It's just clicked. I should get a quicker kettle, shouldn't I?
Go for it. Go make your brew.
Alright, you have a chat then. Come on.
I was thinking about this Dialetheism business. Like, can anybody take this stuff serious? Like, can somebody actually take this stuff serious? Like, two truths. How is that possible?
Yeah, it's in the sense of those two truths being mutually exclusive while still
Yeah. Well, do
both
those
being true.
do those do those two truths contradict each other?
Yeah, that's the point of Dialetheism, isn't it? That those two truths will be opposing truths. If one of them is true, the other one can't be. But they need both, right? It's the contradiction that's the violation of the law of non-contradiction that lies at the base.
But even two truths, because it translates to two truths. Can two truths be possible?
In the sense of the truth. Yeah, that makes no
Exactly.
sense either. Yeah, that's yeah.
How can you have two? Can you have two Saragakis?
Nope.
So it's a mind melt. Like it's really confusing, and like no wonder these neo philosophers, like their mind is all messed up. They change logic.
Seems to me that it's been going on for decades, and they've changed, they've infiltrated the universities, they've changed curriculums, they got rid of the way the education used to be, as I think you've showed, SE's pointed out before to a really good video on that one, the reason why education was developed and has gone the way it's gone. Get rid of the trivium, get rid of logic. And I think this current generation you've only got to see what they do, listen to what they say, and they're knee deep, if not deeper, in this new philosophy. Dialetheism, can't even say the word without reading it. Dialetheism. I just think it's the way that they've been programmed to think now. I've listened to people having conversations. I've tried to talk to people, and I just can't. As somebody that is now in his early 60s, they're like a different species. I can't have a logical conversation with a lot of them. I don't understand where they're coming from. So I
hear
think
you, brother.
Going on for decades. It was planned all along. But I mean, luckily, go on. Sorry, SE.
No, go on. Please continue. I thought you were done.
No. All I was going to say was I do my best to teach my 4 kids to think for themselves, to question everything. And luckily, they're all very good at that. They don't fall for any of the propaganda. I've taught them at least to question all of the propaganda and to look for alternative sources. I think that's all you can do at the moment. That's all I can do at the moment in my situation. Okay.
Absolutely, and good find, because I was thinking like, there's no way that the ancient Greeks could have came up with dialism, like that's dialetheism, whatever, dilithium crystals, whatever the hell you want to call it. There's
That's
no
what the
way.
missus just said. She went, I've heard of dilithium crystals, but they're made up as well.
That's right.
Yeah. It's good that we found it, though, right? Now I at least have a way to explain why this is occurring, right? When you hear somebody make a contradiction, there will be a reason and an understanding of why they're doing it. Finding out why dialetheism's needed in the first place is sort of eye-opening.
Well, you can achieve warp speed without it.
True.
It's explained a lot to me on, like I was just saying, this, I couldn't get my head around the conversations I were having with this newer generation that have been brought up in all of this philosophy through the education system. But this is really, I can spot now exactly where they're coming from and why, and where the issues are now. So it was a good find, whoever found it.
Yeah, once you know it's a trick, then it becomes easier to expose how they do it. You know, you'll find faults. Yeah.
I see Thomas is in the chat saying, "You suppose all verticals are parallel?" I mean, that's not much of an argument, is it?
I think you clipped out there. You suppose what?
He says, "You suppose all verticals are parallel" in the chat. Thomas.
What do you suppose?
Yeah.
By definition, hello.
I will openly say all horizontals are definitely parallel. A horizontal does not intersect with another horizontal. No matter, even if you draw two lines on a piece of paper. You can draw two lines on a whiteboard as well. That doesn't make horizontals intersect. Drawing two lines on a vertical plane doesn't make two verticals intersect.
Yeah, that Betty's cross is actually perfect for t-shirt logics, because you're walking around with that vertically on your chest or your back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're vertical. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Unless, of course, you're in Australia.
Or you mean you're someone who's your antipode, perpenpode.
Well, yeah, then you gotta buy the
Perpendictopode.
antipode shirt. You have to order the Australian version.
Where's your perpendicupode? Perpendictopode.
Is your perpendictopode also a perpendictophobe?
How do you find a perpendictopode without a model? You can't have a perpendictopode without a model. There you go. There's a proof for you. It's like, what? What's a perpendictopode? Well, it's somebody who's shares your vertical and horizontal, except... No, what do they share? Do they only share one of them, don't they? They share your vertical, but as a horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Perpendictopode is one that shares your vertical as a horizontal, the perpendicular. And that doesn't exist unless you've got a model. Because it's fucking ridiculous. Otherwise.
Wait, can you have an oppositopode?
It seems like all the trolls have rushed off to regroup, haven't they, and find a good defence against all this.
Well, they've Dialetheism has been exposed, the paraconsistent logics that they have. The actions that they take are actions to try and justify contradictions within the model.
Mm.
Yeah, I swear sometimes Bev just likes to make up words.
Yeah. George Orwell made up doublespeak, didn't he? That was pretty good. But what happens is, when people find something that has never been done before, they need to make up words for it. Because there isn't a word there to describe it.
Like a Donegon.
Like a Donegon.
Like some words that have been around for ages. Called.
Oh, you're breaking up, Buster.
I mean, it's been around forever. Ah, what about now?
It's a shame because it was good. Go on, you might be better now.
Good.
You might be better now.
Okay. It's like some words that have been around for ages, like Googleistic lines of variable position. I mean, we've heard those words.
Variable potential.
Forever. Oh, potential. Sorry. Yeah. They've been around so long, I forgot them.
Yeah.
Got it wrong.
They've been around that long that it's only been spoken of in traditions because there's no sign of them on Google.
Yeah, I mean, that shit's not made up either.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the reason why words need to be made, right? There is no word for it. There's no word for a perpendicular at a point. There's no word for a parallel to a point. There's no word for a parallel to a straight line.
Could be a word for parallel points at infinity. I mean, might be one.
Yeah. Yeah, asymptotic and titintotic. I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah. Gotta have an antonym for a word.
Betty is obsessed. Is that you guys in the chat? Are you
No, I'm just listening.
No, I'm talking to the YouTube chat. You're not winding up, Betty, are you? I heard Level Bastard was I think in the YouTube having a word with Betty today, talking about his logic. He's took a bit of a beating today, Betty, to be honest. He's been exposed as a pseudo-logician. That was a good one today. Not many people. I don't know whether there might be quite a few people on the Adult Glow Birth Discord servers that think you're something, Betty, but I don't think there's much. There's not much Betty love going around for your logic. Apologies. No. Keep going. That was very good.
Yeah, to be honest with that, Betty, about your cross there, nobody's actually come around to defend it. We've had one person saying that you've disproven all horizontals being parallel, without actually being able to explain how you did it, of course. But it hasn't actually gained any traction. It hasn't come around.
Well, there's that one guy that just keeps posting it. I think he's up to 80 odd times he's posted the question, and we've told him no. Drawing lines on a piece of paper on a plane does not make horizontal lines intersect. It's ridiculous. And he really loves it, Betty. Is it? Did you pay them? I think you must have done. It seems like such a ridiculous argument. And I don't know whether you've actually defended it to anyone, Betty, or you just stated it. Wow. Oh, he's doing verifiable mantra. An object in a vacuum. Wow. Like I say, not logic night. I should be... It's weird though, isn't it, that the top globe pseudo-logician doesn't want to talk about logic. Anytime, Betty. I know you said you didn't want to come round of an evening. So, anytime you want to come round, we can surely start it. And please don't bring any gravity stuff. That's got nothing to do with logic, really, has it? I don't think so. I'm looking forward to getting into this formulation of the logic, but obviously there's a lot of people, or not a lot of people, that want to take the argument on. So we're going to have to go and find some new people to try this argument on. I'm going to have to eventually anyway go out and have a chat to people. I don't know who's going to take it though. Who'd be up for a conversation about something so simple and fundamental?
The math and geometry channels. There's tons of them.
Everybody's having a play with Betty in the chat now. Can you guys leave the globe logician? He's a professional logician, I've heard. He's wrote books on it. It's not often we get such high class people trolling our YouTube chat. Asking. Be easy now. He's only new to this. He only came into the Discord a couple of months ago. Triggered in by being called a boomer. I forgot where we were at now. I really shouldn't read the chat, but I mean it is. It's gone. It's gone 2.5 hours, so we can sort of let our hair down a bit. Oh, shout out to all of the Patreons as well. Thank you very much, all the new Patreons. Opening it up. We'll have to have some special sessions. I've said everybody gets a chance to watch me videos without adverts. And anybody can come and have a chat with us here. Private meetings in the
Pay for
Discord.
YouTube anyways.
Pardon?
So I never have to watch. I pay for YouTube, so I never have to watch any commercials.
Yeah, I don't put
That was the best thing I ever did.
Don't put adverts on any of my videos. Never have. I can't see the point in it. I also have a YouTube subscription as well for the family. It means I don't ever have to watch video adverts, but I don't think I should make other people watch the adverts either. So, but if you do want to help out, I do have a Patreon. It's a little bit better than the YouTube membership. They don't seem to take as big a cut as YouTube. YouTube's cut seems pretty high, to be honest. And obviously we don't have super chats. So Patreon or DP's t-shirt shop, don't forget, back open again.
I did get my shirt, by the way. I was going to do a selfie with it, but I needed a haircut. So I got a haircut yesterday, so maybe today when I get home, I'll put my shirt on. Get you guys a selfie. I got the Serengaki special.
It's good, isn't it? Like I'm kind of scared.
Nice design, I like it.
I'm kind of scared to wear it to work, you know.
No, don't be. I like if I didn't have to wear so many hoodies because it's freezing here, I would wear it underneath. But
DP merch is all about all I wear. Yeah, he needs to start doing pants, trousers, and trainees. I think is his next ones. He's designing a DP Deerstalker and some mugs as well. I think I'm after a mug. Oh, Betty's going to present something over here. This isn't mine. This, just call it next level, right? This isn't my Discord server. Betty, you can come and present it at next level. Thank you very much. Later this week. Thank you very much. So we've got a presentation from Betty, maybe some logic, hopefully some logic, some impromptu logic midweek, not Tuesday night. Yeah, he did some office clerk founder fourth axis perpendicular to the other three, all of the other three.
Yeah, I need some real demonstration how you do that. I would be fascinated. Could you come over and show that piles of data, Betty?
In an opening lecture to students for the year, you know, like when I guess it's one of those ones with what you're gonna see for the rest of the year and an opening thing, and they say that to you. If you're in a philosophy class or history or whatever, and you've not got any geometric understanding, somebody says the fourth axis is perpendicular to the other three. Wow, that blew my mind when I heard that, but...
And, I mean, on the face of it, it doesn't mean, it's impossible, right? But the way it's being used... Like, what is that fourth axis? Do you know, baby? Because you're the one who brought it up earlier, so I've been asking for a while if you think you can have a fourth axis perpendicular to the first three.
Well, with dialetheism, you can.
I'm not so sure you can. I don't think it works with geometry. You cannot, because it says it's not like a logical system within itself. It's put in as an axiom. I don't know where you would put that axiom in. Or if it's just something that you can put in to stop it becoming explosive, then I don't think that's even available within geometry, because geometry is founded upon the basic truths of proof on proof on proof. It you know, I don't think there's any way you could possibly inject Dialetheism into geometry. Not Euclidean geometry, anyway.
I think he'd probably say that the fourth dimension that was perpendicular was coiled into a point that was placed at the origin of the other three dimensions. So it's perpendicular to the other three.
Point perpendicular.
Yeah, you'll have the point being perpendicular to the other three axes, sitting at the origin. That'll be his get out, I think.
Yeah, three-way equipotential angle of adjustment at a point.
Yep.
The equipotential angle of adjustment point.
I mean, surely, baby, you're not just one of those who throw words out there without knowing what they mean. Of course, right? Piles of data. Yeah, I'm looking forward.
Yeah, Jeff's just pointing out that he's heavier in the UK. Is that north or south? I mean, I know it's not so big, but I mean, you must be heavier at one point of it, surely. It's north, isn't it? It's all the ridiculous statements that you can start making. Reducto ad absurdum, and the hilarity that ensues from injecting some of this stuff into. Obviously, it doesn't work into geometry too well, but the ridiculous statements in reality snowball, and they get funnier and funnier, and that's where we are forced into making up words for things that don't exist, but they have to exist for the model. Thomas is having a geometry lesson. DP's giving Thomas a geometry lesson. Ooh, so nobody gonna come in. Brenda not want to come back? Did somebody deafen and mute Brenda earlier? And looks like Betty's gonna go. This has been a good week for Logic, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to people about this. I've definitely, like I say, had a revelation. And I think it'll help me to talk to people now, having a new understanding of what's required by a lot of people to, in order for them to hold a model. All of these things are required. They have to switch geometry, they have to switch logic, and they have to come at reality from a distorted view of the model. Everything is framed around a model, and that sort of that leaves you with it being forced into a position where it may sound freeing to be able to have zero truths. It may seem like everything is possible, but when you frame it around the basis of a model, then you are confounded by the model. You can't get out of the model, although your framework allows you to do anything within an argument other than give any proofs and actually win the argument. I think that's the point. Is it a false dichotomy that they're in, where they don't have any proof, so they can sort of always have an answer to an argument, but having no truths or proofs means that you can never fully put forward a case. You can only argue somebody else's. Would that seem fair within a logical framework? That's why they can't ever give you anything to start a conversation off with, because everything is a contradiction. Once they've took this on, there are no truths for them to put forward. They can only argue your truths and tell you that your truths aren't, because they can find a contradiction for it. Can't see it, asking. They're not allowed to. There's that bit within Newspeak. If they acknowledge the contradiction, that's as much as blasphemy. If they acknowledge the fallacy, it's blasphemy. They're not allowed to be wrong. When I say they, it's the people that can't see fallacies, the people that can't see them. And I would love to understand them more. But whenever you try to have a conversation, it always seems to spiral or escalate, one or the other, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, is there somebody want to let Math in? Has he been given the roles? Not been given VC verified. There you go.
He hasn't come around since the role.
Oh no, yeah, there he is. Yeah, come on in, Math.
I do have to sign off for today.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's been a good one tonight, and thank you everyone for being here.
Yeah. Thank you for your input.
And welcome, Flat Earth Math. I see you had a bit of a chat earlier on with Mike in the in the chat. How's my I tell you what, I'll just jump out. Discord always needs a bit refreshing every now and again.
I'm sorry. I was on mute. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can now. Yeah, that's good.
It works a lot better when you unclick the unmute button. I'm speaking to myself, of course. How you folks doing?
Fine, thank you very much. How have you been?
I've been very well. I've been very busy. School is really, really tough, and so every time I see that your show is live, I'm either in the classroom or I'm driving, and so I haven't had the chance to jump in. But I've heard a number of your conversations. So, but I'm really intrigued by the concept of contradiction, because that's one of my favorite topics. Because my approach is that there are no contradictions, only misunderstandings.
Well, did you hear the early on when we were talking about Dialetheism and all of that?
Yeah, I guess that I didn't hear the actual verbal discussion, but I did see the like the definition you had on screen. I guess holding like contradictory or holding viewpoints that are either two different viewpoints at the same time, very closely related to cognitive dissonance, or I'm not quite sure.
What they do within Dialetheism, it's an axiom where the law of non-contradiction is swept by. So the law of non-contradiction is it's either P or not P.
Okay.
No, that's the excluded middle, isn't it? It's not P, not P and P. So you can't contradict it in traditional logic. There's no contradictions allowed. Whereas in Dialetheism, you insert an axiom saying everything has a contradiction, that both sides of the argument are both true. So they just do away with the state of contradiction.
Interesting. Yeah, I never studied logic as a formal, as a formal course. So this is all very new. But these structures are very interesting. For example, geometry has lots of proofs. And I was talking with the fellow in chat, and talking about horizontal being perpendicular to vertical, and it's like there's no problem with that in the field of geometry. It's just that when you bring it into the real world, that's when you have difficulty.
Why though? I don't personally have any difficulty with it.
Oh, sure. And then practically speaking, I was talking about, like a building site. You've got I live near Philadelphia and I work at Philadelphia, and so there's skyscrapers that go up, and so you have these, the steel ones, they have columns and beams, and so it's like the columns are perpendicular to the beams, and there's no problem with this construction. Like, no one's trying to say, the columns are all diverging from each other. So there's no problem. There's no problem in practicality. It's just that when
because they're not
when folks like
diverging at all.
Well, but
they're designed not to diverge.
Sure, because no one's measuring
in
the width of.
In CAD, in computer-aided design, they're designed not to diverge because horizontal and vertical are perpendicular to each other in computer-aided design.
And also in practically speaking, that's what I keep saying. The word practical on a construction site. There's no problem.
Yeah.
In design and in practicality, yes.
Do you know where the problem lies, Math?
Well, the problem lies with a theoretical construct. When I say, I'm going to take a horizontal plane and I'm going to extend it 60 miles in space to the next city, where that horizontal plane is going to be 1 degree away from horizontal at the next city. Like, that's all very theoretical. And that's
1 degree? Sorry.
Yeah, 1 degree. What?
1 degree where?
Or I should say 69 miles.
No.
69 miles away. A horizontal plane that I project from my location where I am now, if I project that imaginary plane 69 miles away, it will be 1 degree off kilter, skew from a horizontal plane at that new city.
Nah.
How do you do that?
You don't. It's completely impractical. That's why this is completely.
That's where the problem is, Math. Right?
Concept.
The problem only came around when you injected your model.
No. What I'm trying to say is that, like, what we're discussing is something that is completely theoretical and completely impractical.
It's definitely real, Matt. It's not theoretical.
Buildings are real.
Yeah, buildings are real. Well, geometry's real.
Sure, absolutely, no, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, when we're talking about
is imaginary and completely
it's impractical.
Imaginary.
It's impractical. Well, it all depends.
You really can't prove it.
It all depends.
You can't demonstrate it. You can't demonstrate it. Can you demonstrate it? Horizontals intersecting. Show us.
What I could demonstrate, or what I can at least instruct you guys to figure out. Sorry, I've got a boy, a 4-year-old. You're a good boy, Mercury. Go play with your brothers and sisters. Is that you can figure out
child? Your kid wants to play with you. Why don't you pay attention to your children?
I was because I'm in the middle of a conversation with you folks, and
Good
I don't want to
Lord.
be rude to you.
Dude, seriously, this is that important? Just go look. I'm gonna go to my child. Go play with your child.
Are you done?
What you're about to do, Matt, is explain something that's just your model.
No. I could share with you how you could figure out what the shape of the Earth is.
No, Matt. What you've just done is you've come in here to talk about contradictions.
Oh, sure.
You've been shown a contradiction, and you're just trying to dismiss it. You're brushing it off.
All right. Can you say again what the contradiction?
And you're inserting a model.
There's no contradiction.
Horizontals do not intersect at all, ever.
Practically speaking, you are correct.
I know. But the contradiction is that you want to do it when you know that practically speaking they don't.
Sure. So where's the contradiction?
The contradiction is you knowing that horizontals don't intersect with horizontals and them all being parallel, whilst wanting them to intersect. Because your model dictates there are parallel horizontals, but they're antipodal on your model.
Yeah, very good, antipodal. But the thing is, anybody can figure out, the shape of the Earth, which then drives the micro, the macro.
We're not talking about the shape of the Earth. We're just talking about horizontals.
Okay, then we'll stick.
We don't care about the shape of the Earth. We're just talking about horizontals.
Then we'll stick to the practical. And practically speaking, you guys are correct. Horizontals are all parallel. They're perpendicular to verticals. There's no contradiction. Practically speaking.
Yes, horizontal planes.
Like on a construction site.
Intersect on a vertical line perfectly, perpendicularly, always.
But practically speaking, like on a construction site.
Perfectly.
Like building a
Perfectly.
skyscraper. No contradiction.
Always. Perfectly, always. No contradiction at all. In reality, horizontal and vertical planes intersect perfectly in reality.
Well, but there is no perfect. There's
vertical
no perfect
lines. All in CAD there is. All vertical lines. We're going to construct from the drawing in CAD. So we're going to take a drawing in CAD. Shush! I'm speaking. Settle down. All lines on a vertical plane that are vertical intersect with the line of intersection, the perpendicular line of intersection with a horizontal plane. Vertical plane, perpendicular to horizontal plane, the vertical lines on the vertical plane, all intersecting that line of intersection with the horizontal plane. All of them parallel. All those vertical lines parallel to each other. In reality, in practicality, and in CAD. Always.
So what's the problem? I don't understand what the problem is.
No problem at all. Enjoy your day. Go play with your kid.
So do you have any other contradictions? Because that doesn't seem to be a contradiction for me. So
certainly not in reality. It isn't a contradiction. Absolutely.
No, yeah, there is no contradiction. There's only a contradiction when you hold a model and try and place that known reality onto the framework of your model. Like we said just a minute ago, the only parallels, horizontals on your model are antipodal.
Well,
there are zero parallel verticals, are there?
So yeah, verticals. That's absolutely correct. But
that's not geometrically speaking. That's another contradiction.
Verticals can be parallel.
Well, there's a contradiction, Matt. How come you not see that?
I'm not sure, because what we're really talking about is tolerance. You know, when you design a skyscraper and you build it, you know, what are your tolerances?
Zero tolerance. How about zero? How about zero as tolerance? Parallel, verticals, zero tolerance, a micrometer apart. Zero tolerance, a nanometer apart.
Nanometer.
Verticals.
That's how they construct buildings, with nanometers?
I'm drawing them right now in front of you. Zero tolerance, nanometers apart. Do you agree that two verticals, a nanometer apart, are parallel to each other?
Yeah, of course. It's a ridiculous
Thanks.
question. I don't understand what you're getting at.
We're done. Excellent.
Okay, so do you have any other contradictions? Because it sounds like we're in complete agreement with each other.
Yeah, as long as you don't bring up your model, there are no contradictions. The second you bring up your model, you've got a lot of contradictions.
I only live in reality, so that was...
We do too, my man. Thank you so much for recognizing that in reality, we don't have any contradictions, because we don't have a model.
So is there any physical, like a diorama that you could build that sort of represents where you call home?
Is that what you're doing in middle school? Are you building dioramas? We're sitting here talking about logic. It's logic night. It's not diorama night. It's logic night, my friend. Do you have any logic you want to discuss? You want to discuss Dialetheism?
Is this how human beings talk to each
other? This is logic night. We've come into logic night. We talk about logic.
Do you have any other contradictions for me?
Perpendicular?
That's not a contradiction.
Well, level and plumb. Perpendicular.
Yeah, level is perpendicular to where you are at plumb. Level is perpendicular to plumb where you are.
Where you are?
Yeah.
How far does where you are extend?
Well, as soon as you go there, you're there. So
a foot?
You could walk wherever you could walk.
Does it extend a foot? Is where you are a foot? How wide is a foot? How wide is where you are?
That is a really hysterical question.
Why?
How far? No, we want to know because you seem to have this word locally. We'd like to know how far locally extends.
Quantify it.
Quantify locally. Does it go beyond a point?
It's just where you are. This, I mean, like
2 points a line. Can it be a line? Can it be a line?
What do you mean a line? Where
2
is this
points.
line going?
2 points.
How far are the points apart?
A micrometer apart.
Wait, like
2 points.
Would there be one under each foot?
It's just where you are. You guys are.
Yeah, but could you have 2 points, one under each foot?
Yes. You have 2 points, one under each foot. Yes, keep going.
Okay. So it at least extends for the area of your feet.
We didn't say anything about area. We just said, well, so what is the question?
Well, could you have a point at the back of your foot and a point at the front of your foot?
So now we got 4
each
points.
Foot.
What's the question?
We're just trying to quantify local. Because it helps a lot with our understanding when we go forward.
Practically speaking, local can be, a square mile, Local
well, that's good then. Can we have a local level of a square mile?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to, practically speaking, no one's going to notice anything. It would be very hard-pressed to measure anything. But
over a mile?
Speaking,
you could definitely check
a mile?
Yeah.
Even
easy.
Even a construction sites when they're pouring foundations, they don't do a continuous pour that's a mile. It's always broken up into segments.
There are building works and constructions that go over a mile, though, right?
If they always have seams, they do not have
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
They do not have a continuous concrete, where the rebar is tied together, for a mile. You're always going to have seams.
But you're not just thinking of concrete, though, are
you? I
you?
would love to see an exception to that, but I'm not in construction. So.
You're not in construction, but you know this.
Well, every single construction
Every
site
single.
that I
You're
have
not
ever...
a construction, but you're speaking for every single construction site.
Oh my goodness.
The
You
arrogance.
literally interrupted me
The
after I
sheer
said
arrogance.
2 words. Right? You literally interrupted after 2 words. The first 2 words were every single. If you would allow me to finish my sentence, would be every single site that I have seen has had seams for longer distances. All right? We're talking about buildings. We're talking about
You're talking
shopping
about
malls,
concrete pour.
right? So nobody would notice any deviation from, verticals and horizontals being perpendicular.
What about
beyond local?
What about
So
a canal?
practically speaking, there's no contradiction.
What about a canal?
So you just don't notice.
So
What about the
but,
pour?
the thing that's
what
funny
about the
to
pour
me,
of water? The continuous pour of water in a canal.
Yeah, water. It's always going to be level,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because level is a sphere or spheroid.
What?
Spheroid.
It's perpendicular, isn't it? Perpendicular
Where
to
you
vertical.
are, perpendicular to plumb.
Yeah. Well, how do you get a sphere out of perpendicular?
Because that comes from the shape of the planet, which you don't want to talk about.
Well, I don't know what does.
Do you get a sphere
Perpendicular
when you
does.
pour concrete too? Do you get a sphere when you pour concrete?
So, when you obviously concrete is very viscous when you pour it, so you could shape it. You could shape a set of stairs. So, you do whatever you want with your trowel. You could shape it. People pour.
Shape some stairs. Oh, Matt, please stop talking
all
for
the time.
builders.
How do you think they make handicap ramps?
Never heard of framing. Holy shit! Imagine you've never heard of a form.
Yeah, you got forms, right? But the top of that form
And you're
could be
make
sloping.
stairs out of a single form.
So, you must have heard of handicap ramps. They, curb cuts they call them. And the top of a curb cut is a sloping surface, and that's poured with concrete. But it's viscous, so you form it with your trowel. You can form it whatever you want.
Yeah, Matt,
If you want to talk about water
I'd
in a
rather
canal,
talk to somebody who knows stuff about concrete. If
all right, so then let's not
even
talk about concrete.
even
Let's
you
water
can
in a
tell
canal.
you've got nothing to do with concrete, right? Because the guy that does actually do it doesn't talk about it as much as you are.
Okay, well then we'll stop talking about concrete.
Yeah, thank you.
Water in a canal. The surface of the water in a canal is level, perpendicular to plumb, and that surface is
at every point
is a portion of a sphere. Is a sphere
at
or a
every
spheroid.
point along the surface of the canal, it would be perpendicular to plumb.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, you guys know about Archimedes. Archimedes lived what 500 BC. I forget when Archimedes' time is, but he describes that the surface of every standing body of water is a section of a sphere, where the center of that sphere is the center of the Earth.
Do you think?
He knew this, 2,000 years ago.
Right? How did he know it?
And we use Archimedes' principles today. All the principles of buoyancy and stuff that ships are designed with Archimedes' principle. It was okay. So it's about 300 BC, 287 BC. All right, so approximately 200 BC. So 2,200 years ago. Archimedes.
Can we have a drop math without elevation change?
All right. So this sounds like one of those trick questions because it depends on the meaning of the word. You have a drop without elevation change. So normally the word drop in this context of shape of the Earth, normally drop is you extend a horizontal plane theoretically a distance away, and then you measure a drop to the curvature of the Earth.
And what would you call that? Would you call that elevation change?
Oh, that would not be an elevation change.
Oh, he's getting coached from Rumpus in the chat.
Oh, I'm not
caps
paying
letters
attention.
as well.
Oh,
he's shouting at you just to make sure you made the
Okay,
right
yeah.
choice, though, Matt.
Right.
Well done.
So yeah, the Rumpus.
Rumpus is getting excited.
Yeah. So Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I speak for myself. I don't speak for anybody's team. So, Rumpus, if you want to make a different point, you're welcome.
Okay,
to
Matt. If we were at a construction site, right, and we establish level, right, and we want to make a drop to a certain location, how would we go about doing that in your mind?
I don't know what you mean by a drop on a construction site.
Well, you said we can have drop without elevation change, correct?
Like a ramp on a concrete ramp.
Yeah, like the ramp you said.
Okay, no, I said in the... So if we rewind, I was trying to be very careful about the word drop, because the first thing I said was, it depends on what you mean by the word drop. Usually the word drop in the context of the flat earth debate, and I know you guys are not flat earthers, but in the context of the debate of the shape of the earth, the word drop has a very specific meaning, and that is you extend a horizontal miles and miles away. Like, even if it extends 1 mile away, it's a theoretical horizontal, doesn't exist in reality. Then you can drop 8 inches a mile away.
Horizontals do exist in reality, though, right?
Sorry, what exists in reality?
Horizontals.
Yeah, but you don't extend them a mile.
Are you denying that we can shape the Earth horizontal level for 1 mile? Are you denying we can do that?
You can.
No, I'm not denying that you can. It's completely impractical.
You can.
I mean, they did it with LIGO.
You can
yes,
extend a terminated straight line in a straight line indefinitely.
Yeah, they did it. Well, not indefinitely, but they did it with LIGO.
Right, okay, so it can be done then. There's no point you saying it can't be done if it can be done, and it can be done.
You can't do it indefinitely. You could do it for a couple miles, sure. And like I said, they did it with LIGO. That's a construction project.
There's a canal near me, 27 miles along. They must have done it for 27 miles. They must have.
The canal is level. Canal is not straight. Canal follows the curvature of the Earth, so it's level. You got a spherical level or spheroid level.
Level is horizontal, Matt.
No, level is spherical in shape or spheroidal shape.
You know how locks work, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, can you envision a water curving at the edge of those locks and being able to be maintained by those locks? How would that work?
So you don't talk about the water curving in the lock because you're talking about, 50 feet across? What's the curvature of the Earth in 50 feet,
None.
A micron?
When you say curvature of Earth, can you please define that? Do you mean curvature of level?
Yeah, level is a sphere or a spheroid.
Right, so what's the curvature? You tell us, what's the curvature of level over 50 meters? You tell us.
Oh, you could plug in, if you want to figure out the hump height, it would be 2 inches per mile squared. So it's extremely small, 50 feet. I mean, I don't want to do the calculator, while I'm talking to you guys, because it'll take a few seconds, but the curvature of the Earth in 50 feet is extremely tiny. I don't know, hundredths of an inch, thousandths of an inch, maybe. We're talking about a canal. Is anybody going to notice a thousandth of an inch?
Well, what about if it's 27 miles?
We have a 27-mile long canal that's going to be level.
You're talking about drop, though, aren't you? What's the drop?
No, we're not talking about drop because there's no theoretical horizontal that's anyone's constructing. It's in theory. You could draw a line on a picture on a piece of paper,
but you can actually establish a horizontal.
You're not going to build a horizontal line.
Levels do establish horizontals.
Yeah, locally.
Yeah, and that horizontal can be extended, can't it?
Not practically.
Yeah, of course it can. That's how differential leveling works.
You can't build it. You can't. It would be very difficult. I mean,
you can transfer a datum, can't you?
I'm not familiar with datums. I know they use that term in surveying, but I'm not familiar with the term. I know it's like let's a measuring
just say
system.
We're building a datum at every bit of the way that we go, and we are extending a straight line at every step of the way where we're building that datum. and we can transfer it as far away as we want.
Well, like I said, the only practical example that I know of, and again, this is just me talking off the top of my head, is the construction project for the LIGO interferometers, where they, I don't know, it was a couple kilometers long. It was a straight line segment. And then they had to,
it was on the 2-axis perpendicular.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying if you were to walk the length of one of those segments, it did not follow the curvature of the Earth. So it has a higher elevation at the ends than it does in the middle, because it was a straight line segment, not following the curvature.
What, in
of the
both
Earth.
of the middles?
Yeah, both of the middles of the two right angle line segments.
Yeah.
I mean, you could trace out the
double
elevation
tangent
profile. You could do it in Google.
A double
Google
tangent.
Maps. Well, it's two straight lines. So each straight line
has its own tangent point.
See it.
Twin tangents.
I mean, they didn't build it tangent to the Earth. You could make an elevation
Twangents.
profile. Twangents. That's pretty funny. But you could. And I don't know if you've seen the elevation profile of it, but people have done videos on it. They've measured the elevation profile, and you could definitely see that it is not following the Earth.
Clamped or unclamped?
It looks, yeah, clamped or unclamped. That was pretty good. But because it's a construction project, so if you have a elevation profile, it actually looks like it's a curved construction.
But that elevation profile it's a clamped elevation profile, right? Shows
no. It's measuring the elevation
level
at each point.
Yeah, but it shows level as being horizontal, doesn't it? On those elevation profiles.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
So in this instance, elevation means a rise, but before you said no, follows the code.
But you asked me a different question before. You asked me about drop. I'm talking about LIGO. So we were talking about two.
Well, yeah, drop, hump, same thing, right?
You can measure this. Have you tried measuring
different aspects?
the level
one goes down, one goes
away,
up. So,
drops down.
So you're saying we can have a rise and have an elevation change, but a drop and not have an elevation change. How does that work in your head?
Okay, so you're not having an elevation change with this quote-unquote rise. The only elevation change you have is with the construction project known as LIGO.
What? So what did they elevate? What did they elevate?
Why are you going to LIGO?
The ends of the interferometer segment appear to be more elevated at the ends than it is in the middle.
No, they don't. Don't be silly.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's ridiculous math.
You could do it yourself.
Let's say when you are doing leveling, differential leveling, then any change from the horizontal is what we call a change in elevation. So when Jesse Kozlowski, this is why I don't believe he's a real surveyor, because he said the water level drops away from the horizontal. Now that's obviously an elevation change.
No, it's not, because
it
water
is.
Level
That's
is
a drop down from horizontal, drop away from the horizontal is an elevation change.
Oh no, it's not an elevation change.
It is.
The end of the end of your horizontal is going to be elevated above the water level or whatever level.
No, but
sea level, canal level. Whatever.
See, this is where a little bit of practical experience that you would have had if you'd have ever have talked to anybody with the concrete. That an elevation change is measured from a horizontal, not from level, right? A level is horizontal. That level is the tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference for you to measure from, right? You use that horizontal.
Practically speaking, on a construction site, you're absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jesse Kozlowski was the one that said the water level drops away from the horizontal. Well, That's a contradiction.
No,
Math.
it's not, because
it
because
is
that's with
definitely.
Distance. That's not a construction site.
No, that's what you do. You measure an elevation change reference to the horizontal. So if it drops down, drops away, then that's an elevation change. There's no getting around it, Math.
No, you're not correct there.
I think you'll find
that's
I am
inches,
absolutely correct.
Well, that's because you and I differ on the shape of the Earth.
Well, I've actually studied surveying, so
sure,
yeah,
sure, but I don't think you've ever tried to measure the curvature of the Earth. Most people
there is no curvature of Earth, Math. You measure elevation changes of the Earth.
So you'd be surprised to find out that in all of my explorations, all over my channel, I don't do anything with Earth curvature. There isn't a single one. I don't know how many videos I've got. 100 videos, maybe.
I don't think I do either, Math. Other than having people talking about it. Because I know Earth curvature isn't a thing. It's a misnomer.
Well, if you carefully study, and I was talking with that other young man, I forget his name, who was just speaking. I was just speaking with him. If you carefully study the sky, you can determine a couple different things about the shape of the Earth. And it's not the shape of the sky. I know that the shape of the sky doesn't determine the shape of the Earth. But if you carefully study the sky, you can figure out the shape of the Earth. But I know this is logic night, so I'm not allowed to talk about that. But so... Mm-hmm. So anyway, so my point is that I don't know the shape of the Earth because of studying Earth curvature, because it's too hard to study. I don't have a theodolite.
There's no such thing as Earth curvature, Math.
Yeah, well...
Please be honest with it when you're saying you're talking about the curvature of level.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Just like Archimedes said 2,200 years ago.
Okay, well...
The surface of every standing body of water is a piece of a sphere, and the center of that sphere is the center of the Earth. That's what he said literally 2,200 years ago.
Well, I'm just saying, from all known practical reasons, all horizontals are parallel, and we measure elevation changes with reference to a horizontal.
I agree with you because you said the word practical. You're absolutely right because you said the word practical.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
Not theoretical models, right? Just practical use of horizontals and verticals.
People can build a building in Sydney, Australia, and you could build a building in Chicago, Illinois, and those buildings are pointing away from each other. But that's impractical.
We were building them vertically, straight up. Right? They're not leaning them at angles. They're just all vertical,
perpendicular to level. Where Sydney is, and perpendicular to level where Chicago is. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But level is actually a sphere or spheroid.
Right. But you've got no other reason for saying that.
Other than I've studied, I've measured the shape of the Earth. That's what I could say. Because every single exploration I've done so many that it would make your head spin. Tells me.
My head is spinning right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Rakia.
Can you repeat that again? A building in Sydney and a building in Chicago are what?
Perpendicular to level where they are. Perpendicular to level.
Right, but to each other, what are they? Yeah, to each other, what are they? They're totally opposite.
Yeah, well, they're diverging. Their verticals are pointing away from each other.
And you know this because of studying the lights in the sky.
They're not lights in the sky. There's sun, moon, stars, planets. But
yeah, those things that shine in the sky. You know those buildings are doing that because of the things that are shining in the sky.
So just by your language, I could tell you haven't studied the sun, moon, and stars.
Okay, I'll call them sun, moon, and stars. You know those buildings are, their bottoms are facing each other, basically, is what you're saying, because you've studied the sun, moon, and stars.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks a lot, man.
Because there's three aspects that you could determine by studying the sun, moon, and stars. You could determine, are the heavens local or distant? are we standing on a sloping surface? And the third thing is there axial rotation associated with our observations? And you could do all three of those in your own backyard.
I'm in my backyard right now. I have a pond. The water looks level. I'm looking over at the sun setting. It's going down in my sky because it's going away from me. I'm looking at a plane fly towards the airport. It's just flying over a plane. I'm standing on a slope of land right now. But once I get to that water, you know how I can tell this land is sloping? I can use the horizontal plane created by that water.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I agree with you 100%. Here's a question for you. Do you believe in perspective?
Yeah, I just told you what perspective was. When the sun is going away from me, it appears lower in my sky.
Okay, what else should it appear?
Well, if it was just like that airplane going away from me, if it was just like that,
yeah,
in the same medium and a physical object, it would also get smaller. I don't believe perspective applies to the sun, moon, and stars.
That's an asterisk. See, that's the magic.
But not everything applies to everything.
Perspective applies to everything except for where it contradicts your model.
Well, that's the same thing with you, right?
No, there's no contradiction in my model.
Yeah, sure there is.
So, but here's the thing. If literally everything in the world, gets smaller when it moves away from you, how come that does not apply to the sun, moon, and stars?
What do you mean everything?
Well, every tangible thing. A car drives away from you. You walk away from a building.
Physical object. So not a light. Not a light in a different medium. Is what you're saying.
So the moon is not a light.
How do you know that?
Well, anybody who's looked at it through a telescope, even a P900, you could clearly see.
You mean like me?
A physical object.
You mean like me? I have thousands of pictures. Yeah.
Okay. So you want to tell me that you believe that the moon is just a light?
No, I'm going to tell you that I don't know what it. Yeah, I would say I don't know exactly what it is. It could be just a light. I know how I can be fooled easily, and I'm not ashamed to say that.
So you're saying you don't trust your eyes? Because I get that a lot. People say you don't.
What are you talking about?
Eyes.
I trust my senses, and I also have discernment. I've seen how these things can be how my mind and my brain can be fooled easily, especially looking through a certain medium.
Sure, but there's like optical illusions.
Of course. So we agree then.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, optical illusions.
I'm glad we agree that you and I don't know what the moon is exactly. 100%.
No, I never said that.
So you know what the moon is 100%? You know what it is 100%?
99.9%.
So not 100.
So
why isn't it 100?
99.99%.
Yeah, you're just saying that because you're a joker. So why isn't it 100? I'll give you 99.9. Why not 100?
You're a very demanding individual.
I'm just asking you a simple question. I said, okay, I agree. I'm honest enough with myself to know I can be fooled, and I don't know what the moon actually is. Okay, I'm not 100% sure. I said, are you 100% sure? And you said no.
Rounds to 100.
Okay, I'm glad we agreed. And then you went on with 99.9, and I said, well, why not 100? That's the question on the table now. Why not 100?
Because we could be brains living in a vat. So
we could be brains living in another planet, but the moon couldn't be
in a vat. That's what they're saying. Brains.
Right,
brains
you believe that, but you don't think you could be fooled by what the moon is. You're a foolish man.
I don't believe we're brains in a vat, but we could be.
Right, you believe that we could be, but you don't believe that the moon could be something else than what you see with your eyes. That could be your eyes could be.
Well, no, I mean, especially since we've landed on it. We've got.
No, we have not landed on it. I promise you, I've never been to the moon.
Mankind.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. So we differ on that too. Yeah. Anyway,
but here's a question for you: how come perspective does not apply? But it's inconvenient for.
Why would it have to? Why would you think it would? It's something different. I said, if it was an airplane, just like the airplane and the sun were in the same sky, right? I was looking at the airplane fly towards the sun. The airplane, when it goes away from me, does appear to get smaller, right?
Yes,
but it's not the same thing as the sun.
Oh, no one said that.
And it's not in the same medium.
It's a thing. Doesn't matter.
So, and it's not in the same medium. Then why would I expect it to act in the same way?
So have a fish. A fish swims away from you. That's in a different medium, but yet it gets smaller. So
what are you talking about? It gets smaller, but it appears in a different position because it's in a different medium.
No,
and it doesn't apply
smaller.
And it does not apply exactly with perspective like other objects do, not in water. Wouldn't you agree with that?
No, a perspective applies to everything.
Are you kidding me?
Something gets further away from you, it appears smaller.
Who's saying that the sun does appear smaller to me as it goes away? Some days it appears larger. What?
That's because
you're going to say now put a solar filter on?
That's because you haven't made careful observations.
So now you're telling me not to trust my senses. I look at the sun with my eyes, and when it's a bright sunny day, the sun appears one size, and when it's maybe a little bit foggy, or whatever, it appears a different size.
You could see the true size when it's through a heavy mist. Yes,
that's what appears. Yeah, so it's an apparent size.
But the glare on a sunny day, the glare is overwhelming. The glare is like 10 times bigger than the sun itself. But if you make careful observations, such as with a solar filter, then you can see the actual angular size.
I don't get what you're saying. So in your model, the sun is not getting further away from you? Or you're not getting further away from the... wait a minute.
Well, aphelion, perihelion, okay, so a couple million miles, sure. But,
so it is getting further away in your model. Okay. Why isn't it appearing to get smaller in your model?
1% further away.
Okay, so why isn't it appearing to get smaller?
Well, it actually does. If you look in the site reduction tables in the Nautical Almanac, it actually has the angular diameter of the sun, and it's different. It's different.
So the sun does get smaller
by maybe a few arc seconds.
Thank you.
So perspective is working. Thank you.
All right, so it works for me, but it doesn't work for you.
Why? It's still the same sun. It's working for me right now. As it gets further away, it appears lower in my sky, and it's getting smaller by a small degree.
Okay, but and I'm not saying this is your model, but according to the other flat Earth models that I've studied,
screw that, man. Don't take me there.
Twice as far away. Twice as far away.
What? Now you're going to create a straw man to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about? No, listen to me. No, don't do that. I don't want to go there.
I'm talking about the other models. I'm not talking
about waste of time.
I'm talking about the other models. The sun would be twice as far away.
I don't care. Who are you talking about?
It should be approximately twice as small. All right.
Oh yeah.
Now, I don't know how far it appears away to you.
What if the sun doesn't get that farther away from you? Where you see it in your sky, it's about the same distance away.
Well, that's correct. We're talking about from sunrise to high noon to sunset.
So that would work now.
Sunrise to high noon to sunset, the sun does not change its distance to me.
Do you think magnification happens in the atmosphere?
Not really. Not magnification in the sense that like a magnifying glass magnifies things.
Do you think magnification? Do you think objects appear larger in the atmosphere under certain conditions?
Well, they can appear higher, taller,
larger. Jesus, bro, you got a real hard time following simple questions.
Well,
let me repeat it.
To clarify.
Yeah, no, I'll clarify. I'm the one who asked the question, so I'll clarify. Do you think that objects in the atmosphere can appear larger due to magnification?
On both X and Y axes?
Do you think that objects in the atmosphere can appear larger due to the conditions?
So you're not going to clarify your question?
You can answer it however you want.
I'm just asking for clarification.
I've asked my question like 10 times. You can answer it however you want.
But you have no interest in clarifying.
Have you ever seen an object in the atmosphere appear larger than its actual size, sir? Have you ever seen the sun? Hey, sun expert, sun worshiper. Have you ever seen the sun appear larger in your sky?
I'm going to say the sun. I've never seen it appear larger.
You've never seen the sun magnified? Oh, with a solar filter.
But right, the solar filter will show the true size. But like I said, the glare.
What about without a solar filter?
10 times. Yeah, 10 times as big. 10 times as big. Absolutely.
So without a solar filter, the sun can change size. It can appear larger. It can be magnified, or it can.
It's not a careful observation.
But can it?
I mean, if the glare is overwhelming my sense of sight, then I'm not really making a careful observation.
But it's part of the sun, right? That's part of what we're seeing in reality.
So yeah, but I've never
yeah, okay. There's that quick and then move on, right? So you agree with me again?
I've never seen a flat Earth model where the sun is 10 times.
Why are you talking about a model?
Well, I'm just saying,
we're talking about the sun.
I believe the Earth is a globe, and
I don't care about your beliefs.
That's all right.
I don't care about your beliefs. I care about the question that I asked. Can the sun appear? I asked you. You could. I told you could answer however you wanted. I don't care how you answer.
Right.
And you agreed with me. The sun can appear larger due to glare.
The glare.
Right, but that is an appearance. Can it appear smaller without glare?
Well, when it's setting, you sometimes vertically squashes. Again, you want to use a solar filter to give a good.
Well, what if we didn't have solar filters?
Well, then you wouldn't get careful observations.
Isn't the atmosphere filtering what you're seeing?
To a small degree, but not.
Thank you very much, sir. You have been a great customer. You've agreed with me more than you think. So now we agree that the atmosphere can be a filter. It does magnify, make things appear larger.
No,
it does make things appear smaller.
Never said that.
Okay, I'll ask you again. Can the atmosphere magnify things such as the sun?
No.
You said yes earlier.
No, you said can
slightly.
The sun appear larger? You said can the sun appear larger? You didn't
so
say
magnification doesn't occur?
Magnify. Not by the atmosphere, no.
What causes the magnification? Okay, I'm fine with that. What causes
the not magnification? Absolutely not magnification.
So magnification doesn't occur?
No.
First you said not by the atmosphere.
Not in the sense.
Now you're saying it doesn't occur.
Well, see, what you're doing is you're just playing word games.
What you're doing is scatter. I'm asking you simple questions. Yeah, you're double speaking.
But no.
Let's go through it again. Maybe I can slow down for you. You ready?
Oh my goodness! Yes.
Can objects in the sky, such as the sun, appear larger, be magnified?
No.
Does magnification happen?
No.
No magnification happens in the atmosphere in the sky.
No.
Okay, I'm done with you. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a day.
Nice talking with you, Rakia. Oh my goodness.
Right,
what are you laughing at?
Got a question from the chat.
Doesn't happen.
Question from the chat, Math. Have you got? Can someone ask Charles if he thinks horizontal is an orientation?
Yeah, absolutely. It's perpendicular to plumb.
Okay.
I mean, horizontal is the same locally, is the same as level where you are.
So you can think of it the same. You do think of it the same.
Practically speaking, where you are, yes.
It's exactly the same. Could you say it's identical?
No.
No, I've got a citation that says practically identical.
Practically identical?
Yeah.
So, yeah, and the thing is, all these conversations, seriously, Bev, all these conversations are really based on scale.
Scale?
They're really based on scale.
Yeah, one to one math.
The Earth appears flat and stationary.
1 to 1 scale. Like, we're not going to have to go through this again. Scale, 1 to 1 is reality scale. That's the scale we're talking of, right?
Sure, absolutely. One to one, life size.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the scale we're talking of. I definitely understand that scale.
And at that scale, human scale, the Earth appears flat and stationary. So I think we're in agreement there. I would hope.
Well, just level is horizontal. Like, practically, in real life
speaking,
scale. I don't know why
absolutely.
you guys are obsessed with the model.
Well, no, it's because on the planetary scale, big picture, the Earth is a planet. So locally, you could deal with the Earth appearing flat stationary. That's not a problem.
Yeah, I've got one here. This is my citation. Level synonyms and antonyms. It says, for practical purposes, level and horizontal are identical.
Yeah, practical purposes.
Absolutely. Yeah, identical. Practical. So for all known uses, when you're dealing with the tools and everything, they are identical.
Practically speaking.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but Paige.
So if you're ever using a level, it will be horizontal. Identical.
Speaking, where you are.
Yeah, practically identical.
Can I address something that Paige wrote in the chat? She said, I'm trying to scroll up. Oh my goodness. Where is it? I just lost it. How something can appear bigger with no magnifying. So we were talking about the sun, Paige, and during a sunny day, glare is overwhelming. If you pull out a solar filter, you can see the true size of the sun. The sun will have a nice, crisp, hard edge to it, right? But take the solar filter away, and you have this huge glare of the sun. The sun, it's just this huge glare. It doesn't even look like a circle anymore. It's just this huge glary thing. But you're not making a careful observation because you don't have a clear edge. You want a nice crisp edge to the sun. They call it the limb if you're doing a sextant reading. The limb of the sun, upper limb, lower limb. So, anyway, I just wanted to respond to that page.
If level and horizontal are practically identical, why do you think one of them drops away from the other?
Because they know the shape of the Earth.
How can they be practically identical if they're not the same?
Practically, meaning construction site, practically.
Or when you use them to measure, practically, that's where you use levels.
Absolutely. You're not measuring the shape of the Earth when you're building, doing a
No, but they're
site.
practically identical. Nobody ever measures, like you think, the shape of level, because practically they are identical. They already know level is horizontal. There's no need for them to measure a curve because they know it's practically horizontal.
So that's the difference between plane surveying and geodetic surveying.
The practical use of it is horizontal.
How do we know the height of Mount Everest? Have you ever thought about that question?
The elevation of Mount Everest.
Yes. Which is 29,000 feet?
Vertical height above a datum.
Well, but the datum is hundreds, if not 1,000 miles away from the nearest sea level, right? The nearest
ocean. I don't know. Do they know the height of it? Is there a datum marker somewhere on Everest?
But somebody had to place that marker, right?
Yeah, but it's there. That's where it is now. Then there's already one there.
Somebody had to plant it. You're hundreds, if not thousands, of miles away from the nearest ocean. And yet we know it's 29,000 feet above sea level. And how is that possible? And it's done with geodetic surveying.
No, they know the elevations of all of the places in the UK.
Right. The UK is not... I mean, the UK, my understanding, because you're an island nation, is... I don't know, what's the farthest you can get from the ocean is, 100 miles? Maybe
we know how the elevations of all of the points within it are established, right?
The Himalayas, they I mean, it's a tight group of mountains. I mean, you don't have sea level at the base of Mount Everest, right?
You don't have sea level at the base of Snowdon.
Yeah, but how far is Snowdon from the ocean? I mean, you still use geodetic surveying in the UK. I just think it's a more spectacular example to talk about the Himalayas.
Well, practically, for every practical use of every surveyor that ever surveys locally will practically be using level with a tool that establishes a horizontal. So practically, level is horizontal locally. Absolutely. Whenever any surveyor surveys anything one-to-one, locally, it will always be horizontal.
I agree with you.
Right.
So we're not, there's plane surveying. So you're working on a construction site.
No. Plane surveying or local, right? Any surveyor that ever surveys locally will be using a level which is horizontal.
Yeah, there's
they'll always be surveying locally, and I'm guessing, seeing as they use level being horizontal, you will class that as plane surveying. So that every surveyor that ever surveys locally anywhere that they are surveying will be surveying using a horizontal level.
Yeah, if we're talking about a construction site, sure.
No, stop talking about construction sites. Talk about every surveyor everywhere, wherever they are, surveying locally. Right? All of those surveyors will be surveying locally. When they do, they will be using level practically like it's horizontal.
Yeah, but what?
Yeah.
But that's not talking about geodetic surveying. But geodetic surveying.
Well, what's the difference?
Survey locally.
They don't survey locally. How do they not survey locally?
Well, they're shooting. I don't know what the
term is. Tell us the method.
I'm not a surveyor.
Yeah, so that surveyor is out in the open with a tool.
Right, and then
that's so he's surveying locally.
Total station, and you go down, a mile of road
locally.
You want to place one of those little
again locally
or whatever.
Locally.
Well, but you're not building a building. You're surveying.
No, the builders do that.
Right? You're
the surveyors survey locally using levels established a horizontal, practically identical.
Right, practically.
Practically, whenever used. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
But so, here's a question for you: How many geodetic surveyors have you spoken to ask them about what they do?
You mean surveyors?
No, geodetic surveyors. Most surveyors are plane surveyors.
No, most surveyors are just surveyors. All surveyors are surveyors.
All surveyors are surveyors. Mm-hmm. Can I put that on a plaque somewhere?
We've got a T-shirt you can have. All surveyors are local surveyors. All surveyors survey locally.
So, except for the ones that survey.
How do they not survey locally, Math?
If you're building a highway that's traveling hundreds of miles, then you need to shoot lines going over long distances.
But the surveyors, when they survey, they will be locally with their instrument that they're using, and wherever they go, they will be local to the instrument that they're using. They will always survey locally.
What is your thought on the field of geodetic surveying? Have you studied it? Have you looked up the principles and
surveying
techniques?
Math?
No, geodetic.
Yes, I know what surveying is.
Oh my goodness gracious! It's like you've got this block built in.
Why? You tell me.
Of Black Mirror.
You tell me. What do you think the difference is between surveyors that survey locally and other surveyors that survey locally? What's the difference? You tell us.
You're so funny. Oh my gosh, you're so funny.
Without laughing,
yeah, that's a nervous laugh, Math. Come on.
Walk us through a day of plane surveying and then walk us through a day of geodetic surveying.
Plane surveying. I am not a surveyor.
No, I know.
But
we know that.
If you're a geodetic surveyor, you are placing your instruments far apart, not locally.
No,
right?
no,
I mean,
no. You just look through the same tool, right? You look through the tool that it is local to you. Right? I don't know whether who have you talked to about surveying?
Well, I don't know if you are aware of this, but I'm actually friends with Jesse Kozlowski.
Okay.
And my father was a surveyor.
Okay. What sort of a surveyor was your dad?
Geodetic? Yeah.
No, but he actually built space hardware, so
Okay.
so he definitely knew the Earth was a globe.
Wow, it's got nothing to do with that, mate. We're just talking about surveying.
Okay, yeah.
Right, so what's the difference between what your dad did? Have you had a word with Jesse? What's the difference in surveying between what your dad did and what Jesse's told you he does? What's the difference?
And this is my understanding, because I am not a surveyor, so take this with a grain of salt, but my understanding is that when you're surveying locally, like my dad would survey, putting stakes up for a construction site, like before the bulldozers come in, right? And that if you survey locally, you could treat the Earth as being flat, because there's no practical difference between a vertical that's on the left side of a construction site and the vertical on the right side of the construction site. There's no practical difference.
Okay.
Whereas my understanding with geodetic surveying is that you're shooting down a road or down a railway or building a bridge across a river, and you're shooting very long lines.
No.
These lines have to follow the curvature of the Earth.
No.
Which is how they know the height of Mount Everest being.
Did Jesse tell you that?
No, this is me talking off the top of my head.
All right.
Look it up.
Nice.
Yeah. Really like that.
Wow. That's a nice save there, Matt.
Right? You asked me.
Yeah.
But the thing
Okay,
is,
right. Well, the difference is, I think you've been mistaken. You seem to think that one group of surveyors just do stuff locally, and the other group of surveyors also do the same thing, but they just look further.
No, they don't exactly do the same thing.
They look through the same tool, right?
Oh,
they have the same tools, don't they?
Well, total station, absolutely, yeah. But my question to you, Bev, and
wait a minute. If they've got the same tool, or do you think a total station looks further than an auto level?
No. I'm just saying it's where you place the tools, how far you place the tools apart.
What do you mean? How far you place the tools apart? What do you mean by that?
Well, my understanding, and again, I have no experience, so I'm just prefacing that, is that if you were on a construction site, you would not place a tool a mile away. You'd place you'd place your tools.
Right, and do you
If
think
it's the same tool?
Yeah, do you think like there are other groups of surveyors that do actually make leaps of a mile?
Yeah, geodetic surveyors.
No, I think you're thinking of Jesse Kozlowski's videos that he's got on YouTube.
Well, no, I read up on it before I ever met Jesse. So
Do you know why?
My question.
Do you know why we don't view over a mile on a construction site? Do you want to know the reason?
Construction sites aren't over a mile usually.
No, that's not the reason. Do you want to know the reason? Since you don't know shit.
Okay, please tell me.
Because it wouldn't be accurate. It'd be foolish.
I agree with you.
Then why would you think another surveyor called a geodetic surveyor would do it?
Yeah,
and look foolish and be in there.
That's demeaning to an entire profession, that, right, Matt?
Oh my goodness.
Well, you're just saying, all you're saying is your imagination of a geodetic surveyor is somebody who does something out of the working range of the tools that they use.
No,
that's ridiculous.
He's not out of the working range.
It is.
So,
there are no surveying equipment tools that sight over a mile. It just doesn't happen.
Says you. All right. That's why I've been trying to ask this 20 times. What do you think of the field of geodetic survey? Have you actually studied it? I mean, there's websites, there's books, there's all kinds of videos on the topic made by other people other than Jesse Kozlowski. There's tons and tons of.
They don't sight over a mile.
And what do you think of that? That's my question about. What do you think of geodetic surveying?
If you're talking about old school trigonometry, right, and triangulation of all of the geodetic key points for map making, well, they don't really do that anymore because it's already been done. Old school.
But done by who? Done by who? It was done by geodetic surveyors.
By surveyors. But that's azimuthal, right? That's azimuthal, right? You do understand.
Yeah, azimuthal, absolutely. But
right, so shortest distance,
terrain,
straight line triangles. Right, now that, Jesse Kozlowski does not do that anymore, does he? Jesse Kozlowski doesn't triangulate azimuthal triangles.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he's standing on the shoulders of giants. So we've got
shadow giants.
Markers.
You are
right.
too.
We've got markers, and we've got GPS locators, so that we could have with great accuracy. Because the work has been done by previous people. So absolutely, modern geodetic surveyors are not trying to explore, the great unknown of the Pacific.
You don't know anything about these people.
Well, that's what
or
I'm saying.
What they do. You've admitted it. Please stop speaking for them.
No. I was trying to agree with you, and I'm sorry, my kids are making a lot of noise. Hey kids, can you go play someplace else?
I have 13 assignments.
I'm sorry, my kids decided to start playing the room that I'm in.
Everyone sort your kids out. There's no need for you to be doing this. You're speaking for surveyors. Why aren't the surveyors here speaking for themselves? Why do they have to keep sending in someone like you? Who admits he knows nothing about it?
So I am not speaking for surveyors. Every time you've asked me a surveying question, I say I'm not a surveyor, but off the top of my head, here are my thoughts.
Yeah, I'll make something up.
But anyone can study geodetic surveying just by doing the research, right? There's books, there's videos, there's websites, there's the whole 9 yards. So please don't take my word for it, because I am not a surveyor. But my question to you, Bev, is have you studied it? Have you studied the topic?
Surveying, yes.
No, geodetic surveying. Specifically put the word geodetic in front of surveying and see what it says. That's my question to you. And if the answer is you haven't studied it, then that's fine. It's a free country. But you seem to kind of not acknowledge that the field even exists.
Yeah, what we were doing, I don't know how much you know about what we do here, Math. We do very simple, basic stuff, like we always have done. Within a mile, like local. That's why we keep going on about local. Because everybody keeps telling us level isn't horizontal. But you keep saying locally it is. Now, Jesse Kozlowski told us the water level drops away from horizontal.
That's correct.
So what we decided was to get a test together to work out whether we could employ a straight line test, and whether we could check that a straight line is a straight line with a shared straight line segment, whether we could extend it, whether we could find out using Euclid that we could practically do the propositions within Euclid.
Okay. And did you figure out a way of physically testing this?
Yeah. We find a device that establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
Well, I mean, doesn't any theodolite do that, or auto level?
Yeah, all the levels do, don't they?
Yeah. So then the question is, what are you going to do with it, and how far are you going to shoot your sight line?
There's no sight line required.
Well, but the problem is, and again, we keep talking about the word scale, or I talk about the word scale, but I think you misinterpret me, is that the Earth appears to be flat and stationary locally. So if you don't shoot a long sight line, you're not going to measure much deviation from the horizontal.
People keep saying that, right? So why do people say that its level is not horizontal?
Because level is a sphere.
Why do people say that?
Because the Earth is a planet.
Why do people say that?
Well, anybody could figure that out for themselves if you just carefully study the sky. Right? Carefully study the sky. And one of the reasons why people don't want to study the sky in this arena is because then that reveals the shape of the Earth. So it's better to call it.
It's convenient for you to think that, isn't it?
Well, anybody could acknowledge that there's a celestial sphere if you just, I mean, like, you could just look up in the sky and
anybody
say,
could acknowledge locally that level and horizontal are identical for practical reasons. And that means for anything locally, like say for 27-mile stretch of canal, like all of that canal would locally, practically be identical to horizontal, wouldn't it? For all practical reasons, like the practical reasons of practically moving a barge 27 miles across the surface of water. That practical thing, that would be horizontal, wouldn't it?
No, it would not be horizontal. I mean,
but isn't that what practical means? All practical purposes.
Horizontal is not practical.
Horizontal is not practical. It is if it's level, practical use of level and horizontal is identical.
But when you talk about the 27 miles, you can't mix 27 miles and horizontal in the same concept.
Why not? You can, because 27 miles is a distance. Usually distances are measured on the horizontal, so you could definitely relate that 27 miles to a horizontal distance. Shortest distance between the 2 points. It'd have to be, wouldn't it? The shortest distance from one lock to the other lock along the surface of the water would have to be a shortest distance, wouldn't it?
Well, no, a great circle distance, but that's not.
But that's not the shortest distance between 2 points.
Yeah, but you're not going underwater. That's impractical.
It's not going underwater. No, it's a canal.
The cord goes underwater.
There's no cord for a practical level and horizontal. Practically, they're the same thing, identical. So where's the cord? You're not going to put chords as well as tangents to straight lines, are you?
It's underwater. The cord is underwater.
Underwater to what?
The middle of the canal.
The cord.
If you connected the two ends of the canal with the shortest distance, that shortest distance would be a cord, and it would be underwater for the entire distance. Okay.
But Jesse says the water level drops.
Yeah, that's correct.
But how can you have a cord?
Archimedes said it 2,200 years ago. So
Archimedes said what? What are you talking about?
That water level, or that level, the surfaces of any still body of water, is a piece of a sphere, or a spheroid, right? Where the center of that sphere is the center of the Earth.
Yeah, but for all practical purposes, level is horizontal. Did he say afterwards?
No, where you're standing. I mean, if you're standing on the boat, you're going to say, "Wow, this water looks flat." Okay, so that's there's no problem there.
Who said? Are you obsessed with that again?
No. I just find it fascinating the methods.
Have you ever seen waves and ripples?
Oh, sure. I mean, duh. That's waves and ripples. But I mean, if it's a relatively calm day. We're not in the North Sea with a storm,
But level is an orientation, or horizontal is an orientation. Flat is just a visual surface signifier. Like they're not really the same thing. It leaves you a wiggle room. Level and horizontal are very definite things.
Right, but no, they're not the same. They're only practically the same where you are.
Yeah, so whenever you're surveying, you're using a tool called a level, but that level establishes a horizontal.
Yeah,
or a theodolite is referenced to horizontal, right?
Right, and if you're working on a construction site, that's very practical, and you could treat it as a.
If you're working anywhere, with those tools, whether it be on a construction site or maybe on a roadway, or maybe by the side of a canal. Maybe you're doing a test in your back garden. But wherever you are using a tool that establishes a horizontally. So practically, you are using a level establishing a horizontal. Practically, they are the same thing because they literally are the same thing, practically.
No. If you're you said if you're using this tool, and I would say if you're using a tool locally, but if you're shooting like a road, if you're shooting over a distance, then your horizontal that you're calling it is no longer going to be horizontal at the other end of where you're shooting. So, real quick question: Have you heard of shooting a theodolite across a 1 mile body of water? I mean, with a theodolite, with a precision theodolite, and then you put a surveyor stake or whatever the thing is with the orange and red stripes. You shoot across the water towards another surveyor stake, and then you go around to the other side and you plant the surveyor and with the theodolite, and you shoot backwards, and you will see approximately 8 inches of drop.
From both ways?
Both ways, absolutely.
Drop in the middle?
Approximately. No. You're shooting across 1 mile of water.
Yeah.
You're using the water as a water level, right? Because water,
but you're saying it drops from both ends.
When you're at point A and you're looking at point B, point B appears 8 inches shorter, 8 inches below level in your theodolite. And then you go to a point B and you shoot back to point A, and point A will now appear 8 inches below the level.
As you're looking both ways, there is a drop.
Yes.
And yet you want both of those horizontals to be an even altitude.
Well, yes, you are above the water. So you have not changed in elevation. The same height above the water. That's why you establish the water as like a water level. So you're, say, 36 inches above the water exactly.
Okay, so you're assuming that whoever told you this story about this method led you to believe that there is an intersection point of the horizontals in the middle.
I never heard any of that, but that would be true. But that's a theoretical intersection point. That wasn't part of the test. The test is just seeing if you shoot a horizontal.
That's impossible.
You haven't tried it.
No, the intersecting horizontals is impossible.
But you can see it yourself. I mean, you won't see the intersecting horizontal part. You'll see the drop part.
Yeah, but
that's the part that you can measure.
I don't think you're quite with us. I mean, it is logic night, right? So the horizontals intersecting.
Yes, in the middle.
Is impossible.
You're not going to see it.
It's impossible.
How is that impossible?
Because horizontals do not intersect.
Oh, local horizontals don't intersect. We're not talking about local anymore. We're talking about a horizontal defined.
You said a mile. It's like 500 meters.
No, it's 1,760 feet or yards.
Yeah, in the middle, though, you said, right?
So that would be approximately, what?
800.
800 meters, 850 meters.
Right. Is that not local? Is that out of the bounds of local then at that point?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I mean, I think it was Rakia.
So does the drop apply then? So when Slice Bar Kane eventually gets round to doing his bending water level test, are you saying that he's going to find a drop of 8 inches at each end of his water level?
Well, I don't know the specifics of his test.
He's got 1 mile of water level.
If he was going to go 1 mile, exactly 1 mile, there would be 8 inches of drop that from when you're viewing from one end to the other.
So it'd drop 8 inches from each end. You think the water level?
So it's 8 inches per mile squared is a very good approximation.
Yeah, and
curvature.
And that doesn't sort of give you any alarm bells going? A double drop?
Give me alarm bells. Give me double drop. Because
you've got a double nutsack.
a double nutsack.
Yeah.
You're so funny. No.
You've got a nutsack drop one way and a nutsack drop the other way, but we always say here, right? When you hit a double nutsack, you always have to imagine hump. Put a hump in the middle. You like You can't have drop both ways. That's ridiculous. You've got a valley in the middle.
No, you've heard of the phrase "wherever you are on the globe, that's the top of the globe." I mean, I hope you've heard that phrase.
I
globe,
definitely understand within the logical system that you have to have in your processing for you to fool yourself that obviously what you see in reality to be able to make you think you always have to be on the top. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. But the thing is, I don't know the shape of the Earth because of curvature and sighting over water. I know
you don't know the shape of the Earth at all. Full stop.
No.
You may have made a model that you can hold within your mind, right?
So,
but that's as far as you've ever got.
No, actually, I've gone a lot further than that. I actually used this model to make a prediction that didn't make any sense. That's the key thing.
What you made? What? Say that again. You made a model to make a prediction that didn't make any sense.
Yes. So, I mean, I hope you guys understand that if you can make a hard prediction, and if that prediction can come true, I mean, a difficult prediction, and that prediction comes true, then there's got to be something. I'm not saying you're guaranteed to be correct, but it's got to be that you know something that somebody else doesn't. Right? So my prediction that I made was in reference to a sundial on the equinox. And I predicted at the top of my head, I thought that the shadow would curve, right? I mean, I guessed the shadow would curve, but then I ran the model. The model said the shadow would be in a straight line, meaning if you marked the shadows from sunrise to morning to noon to afternoon to sunset, if you mark, one mark per hour, every hour, those dots that you mark at the end of the shadow would be in a straight line. And that prediction did not make sense to me. Okay, so that was what I would call a hard prediction. You just used my model, right? Then I went outside, I actually recorded, I didn't do it outside, I did it on a windowsill that was facing south. And I recorded the shadows on the very next equinox. And sure enough, the shadows were in a straight line. Now, that doesn't prove anything. It is just a very interesting observation that, in my mind, says a lot. Okay, I'm not gonna say that's guaranteed 100% absolute undebunkable proof, but I'm just gonna say I made a hard prediction, and that hard prediction came true. And I don't see any of that on the other side, the other side of the argument. The other side of the debate. I don't see any predictions being made, especially not hard predictions.
Yeah, I don't have a model to dictate anything or predict.
Yeah,
anything.
So that's a safe position, and I appreciate that. Because oftentimes people don't like to make positive claims, because you make a positive claim, well, then that gives people a target to attack, and so I understand.
I've made plenty of positive claims, though, right?
Well,
and we've tested them, right? We've been out there testing them,
and practically and locally, sure.
Yeah,
and I would say that plane surveyors would.
Did you not do your sun shadow stick thing? Was that not locally?
Well, no, that was on a piece of cardboard that was It was
did you do it? Did you do it locally?
Yes, it was 18 inches wide.
Yeah. So it was locally done, though, right? So you did it locally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I was not measuring Earth curvature.
Okay. So when we did our test, we did that. It was 600 meters. I mean, that's a little bit bigger than your 18-inch piece of card. But I mean, would that be local? Would that be a test? Actually, we also did another optical one where I walked away for a mile visually through an auto level. Would you call that locally?
No, a mile is pretty good, but you're looking for 8 inches. So it's like the question is, how would you measure?
No, we would. This was just a test to see what you could actually see, to show people what it's you are able to see through surveying tools.
Oh, okay.
Optically,
meaning I get you.
You know, that's stuff that you've never done.
Yeah, but you're right, because I'm not a surveyor.
We have, what we did was we strapped a camera to an auto level and then went out there to show everybody. Exactly. Okay. So you can know what it's like to look through an auto level over that distance.
Okay. And I hope you appreciate that trying to see an 8-inch deviation is extremely difficult.
Yeah. Have you ever looked through an auto level over a mile?
No, I've never.
No, so you've not got any clue when you say it's very hard. You've not got a clue as to how far you can see or what sort of things you can see over any sort of distance, even 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters.
I've seen lots of videos where people put a camera up to an auto level. That's what I'm basing my judgment on. I mean, even at a P900 or whatever, it's hard to see.
That's not a surveying device.
8 inches deviation.
That's not. Well, you wouldn't be able to do it with a P900. That's not a surveying device. No, you can't level it. So you're not going to be able to do that.
I hope you appreciate, Bev. A lot of the discussion. That a lot of the discussion that we have is basically us agreeing that locally the Earth appears flat and stationary. And so like we're in complete agreement with each other. The Earth appears flat and stationary locally.
It doesn't. It doesn't appear flat.
Well, when I say flat, I mean
You mean not flat?
More. What I mean is more like a pizza than a basketball.
It doesn't appear like a pizza at all.
Where's that pepperoni?
No, it just doesn't appear like a pizza. I mean, it's just there's only one reality, right? It doesn't appear flat.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you were, say, in the Great Plains of Kansas,
I'm not.
Which
I'm like, just let everybody wherever they are and look outside. Yeah. It's not flat. It doesn't appear flat.
Yes,
ever
but that's not
to anyone.
But that's not what flat Earth means.
But I know whatever it means to you. That's up to you, Math. Like, there's no need to bring it. I know your name is Flat Earth, right?
Earth math,
and you're obviously obsessed with it. But it's not flat.
Meaning we have terrain features.
Meaning it's not flat, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, you keep repeating that. But you also, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you believe that we don't live on a spherical planet, right?
Yes.
Because that's reality. We live on a spherical planet. Spheroidal.
I don't know. I say level is horizontal.
Yeah, and I say level is a sphere. So we agree to disagree. Yeah. But it's a fun conversation, and I always appreciate.
Well, no, you see, the difference between me is I just say level is horizontal in reality and pay no mind to a model because I live in reality. What you do is you have a model that dictates the shape of level to you that you can't justify in reality. You say that in reality, practically level and horizontal are identical.
Yes, and that's not where I get the shape of the Earth from.
Well, where do you get the shape of the Earth in order to dictate the shape of level to you?
By studying the sky.
Right, okay. And studying the sky tells you to go against natural senses of you knowing that it's practically level is horizontal locally everywhere, but something tells you to turn it into a ball.
No, it's not something tells me to turn it into a ball. Our senses. We had a mild conversation about optical illusions. You wouldn't trust your senses to level a bookcase. A carpenter carries a bubble level in his toolbox because he doesn't trust his senses. That's literally a tool in his toolbox is a level because he doesn't trust his senses. What we're talking about is, the scale of 8 inches over a mile distance. Like, I wouldn't be able to trust my senses to know that there is any difference of 8 inches in a mile distance. I couldn't trust my senses for that. All right, so that's not, the Earth appears flat and stationary. Or, when I say flat, I mean more like a pizza than basketball. But if you study the sky, you could determine three things. Are heavenly objects local or distant? Are we standing on a sloping surface? And are our observations revealing axial rotation? And you could do all three of these in your own backyard. I got descriptions all over my channel.
You could use an auto level as well and go for.
I would love to use an auto level. But the thing is, my problem with that is that the scale of the Earth is so huge that it is very, very difficult to measure curvature. And if it's difficult to measure curvature, it's easy to say the curvature is zero. The analogy I give you
level and horizontal are practically identical.
They appear, and for all practical purposes they are, but they appear to be identical. Absolutely. I've got no argument with you there. They appear to be practically, the same. But so that's not helpful in trying to figure out the shape of the Earth, right? Because the scale of the Earth is so big, it's extremely difficult to measure Earth curvature. So I don't.
But we do measure locally level to be identical to horizontal. So a zero elevation change locally is what they call a horizontal. And every elevation profile you've ever seen, apart from Imagine humps,
elevation profiles are relative to the center of the Earth. So
no, elevation profiles are always straight. Apart from the Imagine humps that people have unclamped just recently.
The measurement
only
elevation.
Lake Pontchartrain is the only ones I've seen. Have you ever seen any other curved elevation profiles?
Well, the Lake Pontchartrain elevation profile is flat.
It's
right?
not. It's got a big, great big hump on it. Don't say that's flat.
No, it's a mostly a consistent elevation above the water.
I'm talking about the one that Blue's done, right? Have you seen it?
I'm familiar. Yes. And
well,
so I'm assuming
that's the only elevation profile that's ever been drawn like that, apart from the one that Jesse Kozlowski drew. Right?
Yeah, but I think we're talking about two different things.
No. Is there any other elevation profiles like Blue's or? Because, like I say, I'm on the hunt for them. I really want to find some more.
Yeah, well, elevation profiles, the way I understand them is it's basically measuring the, say, elevation above sea level or above whatever datum you want to use. I'm assuming I'm using the word datum.
Yeah.
But the elevation profile is flat for Lake Pontchartrain, the bridge across Lake Pontchartrain, because it's a consistent elevation above the water. All right. But that's not what we're talking about with the curvature of the Earth.
But that's an elevation profile on the vertical, right?
Now, so that thing that you just posted into chat, that's not an elevation profile.
Yeah, it is. That's a vertical plane. With he even said that the chord was horizontal, so that's definitely a vertical difference from the horizontal, perpendicular to the horizontal. What do you call perpendicular to horizontal?
Oh my goodness, that chord is only horizontal in the middle of the bridge.
But what do you call perpendicular? What do you call perpendicular to that horizontal? Wherever
perpendicular to horizontal is called vertical.
And a vertical change in height is what you call an elevation change.
Yes, and that's
got a big hump on a vertical elevation change.
That's not an elevation profile.
Yes, it is. It's a vertical change. That's an elevation profile. Come on, man.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not.
What do you call an elevation profile? It's not an elevation profile then. What's it called?
Oh my goodness gracious! What that diagram is, and of course it's not to scale. The Earth doesn't curve that much.
I didn't say it was to scale. I said it's an elevation profile. He said it's 28.5 meters actually with a vertical height
not an
difference.
Profile. What you have?
What do you call it then? Because I mean, you get plan, elevation, and isometric, as far as I know.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
but when you talk about plan, okay, I get you. But
that's an elevation.
Practically speaking, all right, if you're talking about a local elevation profile,
Yeah,
then
across
that
the
is
bridge.
indistinguishable. It's indistinguishable from, say, like a photograph, an isometric side view. Okay, but
no, it's an elevation profile.
Screen, it's not. And if you watch the video, he doesn't call it that. Rewatch the video and see what he calls that. He does not call
I'm
that
not
an
bothered what he
profile.
calls it. It is an elevation profile.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I guess that might be part of the confusion. It is absolutely not an elevation profile. If it were, then that would be an actual hump. There's no hump.
It's a 28.5 meter. He even put a number to it.
Right, but that's not an elevation profile.
He said the chord you could call horizontal if you wanted to.
That chord is only.
He said the whole chord you could call horizontal if you wanted to.
I don't believe he said that. Because he
did.
chooses his words
Do you want us to
very
get
carefully.
it? I'll find it for you.
No. I mean,
I will. I'll get it for you.
Don't
put it. I wouldn't like you to say that.
No, I wouldn't want to waste your time trying to hunt for a soundbite while we're talking. But I could say very emphatically that is not an elevation profile. That is a cross section of a very exaggerated globe. Of course, that is not to scale, but that's a cross section. It's not an elevation profile.
It is. It's a cross section.
Anyway,
elevation profile. Cut through it.
You just said a cross section elevation profile.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Level is not a straight horizontal.
Yeah, I've got it here. I've got the clip for you.
It's like you.
Let's take a look at that.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
This is what Jesse did.
One or the other.
And bam!
He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen.
It's not a zebra.
He took a point at the start of that causeway, and he took an end point over on the right-hand end of the screen, that yellow dot.
And bam!
And he drew the chord line between those 2 points.
Very, very kind.
I nailed that.
The
I
ellipsoid
really appreciate your
is this green line.
You being patient and talking with me about stuff, and it's always fun. I'm sorry I was not able to respond to people in the chat, because whenever I'm talking live, I try to focus on the person I'm talking to. So
I imagine you sound like Paul Newman in the cooler with your ball bouncing it on the wall. I think that's what it.
Oh, I get you. Right. What movie was that? Was that Cool Hand Luke?
No.
Was that Cool Hand Luke, or was that? Yeah, that's got to be Cool Hand Luke, where he's bouncing the ball and he's in the jail cell. Was that where he was? Was cutting down parking meters. The pipe with a what do they call it? A pipe cutter.
I wouldn't know. I can't remember.
Anyway, it's a great movie.
Yeah.
But I do have to go because I do have to attend to my children and my family. So I want to just say thank you again, Bev. You're very patient, and I appreciate your hosting. And I appreciate the kind people in the chat. I'm sorry I didn't answer your questions, but
yeah.
All right, Bev.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, and like I said, you're a good man. We agree to disagree, but we keep it civil, and that's what's important.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say we agree to disagree. I think you're talking shite, but okay. I'll let you talk it.
It's okay. Feelings mutual, Bev. Okay.
All right.
Hey, take care, man. Bye bye.
Yeah. See you later. Guy's model afflicted. And I don't know what the logic is meant to be doing there, because that is how you can see certain things and just dismiss them like that is amazing, but that's what we're after. That's what we've got, isn't it? People want to come in and talk about their model. Oh, yeah. I mean, chat's saying, yeah, we have proof, and you can obviously see how hard it is. It's that there's only going to be certain amounts of people that will accept anything that we say. So if anybody wants to come in and see the stuff that we do actually have, it's a nightmare actually ever trying to go over it. So if anybody wants to come in and actually see all of the stuff that we do have and go over it and solidify it for themselves. So yeah, you're welcome to come. It gets, I don't know, I don't really want to end up talking about the stuff too much because I just ramble on. You're better off coming into the Discord and hearing me ramble on so it doesn't happen live on Discord or on YouTube. It's been a good night again, nearly 5 hours. Going to be doing this a lot. But yeah, I think we could be doing it every night now from on. So this is what I'm going to be doing. Patreon. Get joining. Anybody want any final words before we get going? Looks like Rumpus is still muted. No, nobody's got anything. I'll get me Did I put one chance on? Did I do one chance? I think I did, didn't I? I'll go out with Logos Buster. Thank you very much. Come back tomorrow. Tomorrow is hump day. Talk about the hump and the nutsack drop. I might be able to go over a video or something tomorrow. See you later. Thanks for watching.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. become an agent of the locus. We are the agents of the locus.